an exclusive investigation everybody on social media really does need to see.
Yeah, and the top line is be careful which accounts you follow, because the person on the other end may not be who they say they are. NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen went looking. You've got some tips on how we can all stay safe. Hi, Vicki.
Yes, hi, good morning. So the question is, do you know how to spot a fake social media account? These imposters are becoming more popular. Just think of it like this. Scammers are creating very authentic-looking knockoff pages claiming to be legit brands, influencers, or maybe even one of your friends. Once you click, the bad guys can get to your personal information, even connect with your followers. The FBI says people have lost hundreds of millions of dollars to imposter scams. This morning, we're showing you how to avoid being ripped off.
Across social media, offers for deep discounts and giveaways. They appear to come from legit brands. But these accounts are fake, and so are the giveaways.
There was somebody spoofing our account.
Lauren Lakai is the owner of Paso Robles Wineries, a tourism resource for people visiting this region of California, famous for its vineyards.
And had you ever done a sweepstakes before?
Yes, we had. It's really fun to have giveaways for people to possibly win a vacation.
But that fun came to an end once Lauren realized her legitimate Instagram account with over 40,000 followers had been spoofed. An imposter was claiming to be her business.
And they reached out to all these people and said that they had won the contest and that in order to get the prize, they needed to go to a web page and put in their information.
And cybersecurity experts say that's the scam. Crooks take pictures from the real page and create a similar name. Then they reach out to followers of the real page to fish for their financial information. Take a look. The spoofed page looks real, but check out that URL. It's gibberish.
What are these spoofers after? They're after personal information. They want to steal your credit card, your name, your phone number, any information that they can use.
Give us a sense of how big this crime has become.
In 2020, there were over 28,000 complaints related to spoofing, with losses of approximately $216 million.
Emily Kaufman is a travel expert known as the Travel Mom. She promotes a weekly giveaway for a free vacation to her 30,000 followers.
They do this over and over again, sometimes multiple times in the same day.
She says some of her followers have lost money to the scammers. Over the course of our investigation, we found the Travel Mom account was spoofed 16 times on Instagram and 8 times on Facebook. But that's not all we uncovered. We also found spoofed accounts claiming to be popular brands, including Nike, Gap, Ray-Ban, Chanel, Converse, even Kylie Cosmetics.
Even my Instagram was spoofed. This account right here, that's not mine.
So we asked Facebook, which owns Instagram, what it's doing to crack down on these scams.
This is something that we take very, very seriously.
Robert Trainham is the head of public affairs at Facebook.
We have taken down nearly 1.3 billion fake accounts since the beginning of this year.
1.3 billion in 2021 alone?
That's right. And we do this in 3 ways. One is artificial intelligence. The second is through human review. And the third is for the consumers that are watching at home is to report suspicious activity.
But as Lori and Emily told us, the reporting doesn't always work.
It can fall on deaf ears, which it did.
What do you say to people who are frustrated? They feel like they are contacting Facebook or Instagram and nothing is done.
Don't give up. We have 35,000 people working on this issue, among with other safety and privacy issues. This is something that's an ongoing issue.
Do you think Facebook and Instagram are doing enough to protect the small businesses, the individuals whose identities are being exploited on your platforms?
Well, we're striving for perfect, but we'll never get there. But this is something that we have invested billions of dollars into.
To protect yourself before accepting a friend request or responding to a direct message, Facebook says compare connections. Who are their friends? Check to see that you're not already connected to them and look at their posts. Are they recent? And if it's a popular company, brand, or celebrity, look for that blue check mark. That means the account has been verified. Actions you can take to stay safe on social media.
Now, the more than 50 accounts that were spoofed that we actually flagged to Facebook and Instagram, they say they did remove the ones that were in violation of their policies. As for my spoofed Instagram account, Facebook did take it down. We also reached out to the companies whose accounts were impersonated. Those that got back to us said they do their best to spot these scams, but spoofing is still a big problem for them. So if this happens to you or you see a fake account, report it immediately. We've put instructions on how to do that on today.com.
Wow, this is a real eye-opener. What if you lost money to this kind of thing? What should you do?
It's rare, but there are times when you can get that money back. First, you want to contact your bank immediately and see if they can stop your payment or freeze your account. Same for your credit cards. Then report the crime to the FBI. The agent we interviewed said her team recovered $100,000 for one victim, but that's because she acted quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's one way to be safe. That's just to get off it all.
Exactly.
Right?
There you go. That's the answer.
Easier said than done, but yeah, truly.
All right, Vicki, thanks. Our investigative unit has uncovered a surprising level of personal information your phone is sharing. And it's stuff about you, maybe with companies you've never even heard of. That info can be used for more than just advertising.
Get ready to be annoyed again. NBC consumer and investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn.
Not by me, though.
No, never you.
We never kill the messenger.
You look around this table, our phones, our smartphones, never far from us, right? We use them to order food, we get directions, we buy stuff. But did you know that even when you're not actively using your phone, the apps on your phone are using you? They're sending out information that can be used to spam your email, send you robocalls, and follow your every move online and in the real world.
Your smartphone is constantly in action, even when you're not using it. The apps on your phone can access your number, email address, even your precise location, tracking information about you to build a profile. But what happens when that data goes beyond the apps you signed up for to third-party tracking companies?
Your phone is sending this extra data to these people that you don't know exist.
Patrick Jackson is the Chief Technology Officer for the phone security company Disconnect. He showed us all the data shared by the apps on my phone. Turns out the Nordstrom Rack app allows third-party firms to learn a lot about me.
Is your email Vicki.com?
Yeah.
You have AT&T?
I do.
And then you have an iPhone 8?
Yes, but I didn't enter any of that information anywhere.
I know.
And there's more. My gender, full name, products I viewed, and get this, my real-time location, all given to companies I've never heard of.
This is actually a location very close to where I live. So this was probably at some point when I'm going somewhere, not realizing I'm being tracked.
Not only do they want to suck up your information in the digital world, they're using that to track you in the physical world as well.
My DoorDash app gave out motion data about my phone, letting the trackers know if I was on the move. And Calm, a meditation app, sent my phone information to 5 different tracking companies. Disconnect developed an app, Privacy Pro, to block many of these trackers. DoorDash told NBC News it shares customer data to prevent fraud and improve service, adding it doesn't sell customer data and bans third parties from selling that data. Yet its privacy statement says DoorDash is not responsible for the privacy practices of those third parties. Calm and Nordstrom did not respond to our request for comment. Bennett Cyphers is a technology privacy expert with the nonprofit Electronic Frontier Foundation. The group lobbies for more regulations to protect your data.
Can consumers do anything to fight back against these trackers?
Yeah, so you can be vigilant in making sure that you know the apps that you're installing.
If they're collecting your phone numbers, could that be used for robocalls? If they're collecting your email, could that be used to be sending you spam?
Sure, yeah, it often is, because once that information is out there in this ecosystem, it's very lightly regulated, and the companies that collect it can do almost anything with it.
Cypher says the only way to control what happens with your information is to limit what you share.
Sometimes consumers think, it's too late. I've already put this information out there. What can I really do now? Why does it matter?
It's not too late, because these companies that collect your information, they need more of it.
Well, just last week, DoorDash announced the data of nearly 5 million users, including delivery addresses, even partial credit card and bank information, was compromised by a third party. That is exactly what our experts are warning can happen.
Well, I mean, what can we do to protect our data?
Right.
It's like you kind of know this is happening, but when you really see the scope of it, it is irritating.
Yes, very much so. And you don't want to give up the fight because this is constantly happening in real time. So there are things you can do now. One, check your phone. Are there apps that you're not using anymore?
Yes.
Just get rid of them, delete them. That's so important. Also, create an alter ego, an alternate email and name that you use for apps like games. They don't need to know that you're Hoda Kotb. They just need an email
She's
address,
a big gamer,
right?
too.
Well, you know, yeah. I do
She's
Candy
Haida
Crush.
Kutbi.
I do Candy Crush.
There you
just
go.
to my initials.
Your alter ego.
With us, we sign up for this. We buy a phone for $1,000, and as we're setting it up, when all the little fine print comes, we go, I agree.
Accept.
And that allows all this third-party information to get.
Exactly.
This
And-
app that you mentioned, I just downloaded it.
But it's tracking you now.
This disconnect thing?
Yeah.
But you have to pay for it every month.
Privacy Pro, no, there's a free version for iPhones. They're working to get onto the Android market, and it's really cool because you can see overnight how many app trackers that it has blocked for you, and then you can kind of get a sense of what's following you when and which apps you may not need anymore.
You know, a lot of apps ask you to use Facebook and Google to log in.
Yes, I'm so glad you brought that up, Al, because it's easy, right? Sign in with my Facebook, sign in with my Google ID. Take the extra step, sign in with that alter ego that you've created, because when you sign in with a Facebook account, then you're authorizing these apps to have all your pictures, all your likes, access to all these things. Yes, that's in that fine print for some of these third parties.
The fact that this is why I'm getting all the robocalls.
Yeah.
I had no idea
Yeah.
that it could be coming through the apps, and then they have your phone number and.
That's right. So the
By the
more
way, we
you
wouldn't
limit,
care if DoorDash sent us some free food every now and again.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be fine. Like, just know where I'm at. They should throw us a bone.
So we know your price.
couple of free grub hubs.
He's a man of
Flag goes a
principle,
long way.
Carson Daly.
Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Go anywhere and you're likely to spot one of these charging stations offering a free and convenient way to top off your phone's battery while you're on the go. But you may want to think twice after a recent warning from the Los Angeles District Attorney.
A free charge could end up draining your bank account.
The scam is called juice jacking. Plug in to juice your phone, and a hacker could use that connection to jack your personal information. To show you how it works, we teamed up with cybersecurity expert Jim Stickley. He installed special hardware into this charging station. We then set it up at a popular tourist destination, the Port of San Diego, in the shadow of the famous USS Midway.
I'm gonna plug my phone into this charging station.
Across the park, Stickley is able to watch and record everything on my phone's screen in real time.
All right, I'm gonna call my husband, check on the kids.
And there's a phone number she's dialing in right now. So now we have that phone number.
I'm gonna check my reservation for the hotel that I'm staying in.
Right now it looks like she's staying at the Marriott in downtown San Diego.
Even when I go online to buy a toaster oven.
So here she is at Home Depot right now. And now we get the best part. She's actually entering in her credit card number.
And it wants my security code.
At this point, I could be her. I can use her credit card and purchase whatever I want.
But would people really plug into a random charging station like this? Watch. Seconds after Stickley sets down the stand, this guy strolls up and plugs in. That's when I make my move.
Hi there. My name's Vicky Nguyen. I'm with NBC News. We're actually doing a story about free charging stations like this. And if you don't mind, I'd like to show you how hackers are able to use these charging stations to actually get into your phone.
He agrees to let Stickley hack into his phone.
What we're looking at is everything that you're seeing there. So if you scroll, so basically we're now in your phone watching everything you do.
Had you ever heard of this being a possibility?
No, I never thought of it. No, I'm so used to seeing them. They're so common.
One after another, all day long, people plug in.
We're doing a story about these free public charging stations. We have a cybersecurity expert here who built this charging station.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Wow.
Do you charge in public often?
No, this is the first time.
Really?
Yeah.
Will you do it again?
No.
Can you believe that? Those are your personal messages on Facebook. What do you think?
Yeah. Kind of unsafe, really, right?
What do you think seeing your phone on his device?
That's not good.
You're already putting it away. Yeah. Talk to me about how people can protect themselves from this exact scenario.
These are public charging stations. So if you walk up and it's just sitting out here, you've got to use some common sense and go, okay, well, like this thing, it's not even mounted down. It's just literally sitting here. That's pretty suspicious. Also, if you plug it in, I don't know if you noticed, but when you plug your phone in, you'll see right at the top for just a second, it has a little tiny marker right there.
Yeah.
That's not something you've ever seen before.
No, I never saw that.
What that's telling you is something strange. In this case, it means that your screen was being duplicated and I was able to watch what was going on. Anything that's out of the norm, stop and unplug immediately.
With a steady stream of unwitting customers, our experiment showed if you build it, they will charge it.
Wow, thank you. I'm learning a lot.
Thank you for this wake-up call.
Okay, so here's another good tip. Just plug in with one of these directly into a wall outlet. That really is the best way to charge your phone without putting your personal information at risk.
Or a portable battery.
Yeah, absolutely. We got one of these. These are so easy. They're, like $15 these days. You can buy them online. I mean, sometimes they give them away free at parties.
And why is this better to plug in? Or this better to plug in than this?
So this is typically how data is transferred. They actually even sell these little attachments that can block the USB data transfer, but will allow you to get the power. So you can carry that in your pocket.
But if you have it plugged to the outlet, you can't get to the data?
This is the thing. There's no information transmitted through one of these. This is just for power. So this is the safest way to do it.
But I do this on the airplane.
Yeah,
right through.
Straight. Right.
Is American Airlines taking my information?
Well, sometimes it'll
and they have it anyway.
on the screen. It pops up and it says allow phone to access data.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. So
and you always want to say no to that.
No?
Exactly. That's a very good point.
Yikes.
Interesting.
Free charging stations.
Thank you, Vicky.
Thanks, Vicky.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So if you've been watching TV recently, chances are you've seen commercials for a whole array of these new smartphones.
Samsung, Google, Apple, all recently announcing some new designs.
I guess the big question, how do you know if it's the right time to upgrade?
Our investigative and consumer correspondent, Vicki Wynn, is here to help us make that decision. And good morning. I feel like the phones came over and we immediately started looking at the phones.
Oh, yeah,
I haven't looked at
Everybody
you yet.
wants to play with them. No, that's okay. Good morning. Hello. Yeah, I had to do a lot of homework for this segment.
I bet you did. So how do you know if it's time to even bother with one of these upgrades?
I think the first question we all have to ask ourselves is, do you want a new phone or do you need a new phone? And if it's want, then maybe take a pause and think about waiting, because that's better for your wallet and it's better for the environment. If you actually need a new phone, here are the questions to ask that could help you. First, is your phone broken? Does it malfunction? Does it actually do what you need it to do? This is an important one. Can your phone get the very latest software updates? We're always, behind on doing that. That's what protects your privacy and your information. So you want a phone that can do that. How's your network coverage? Are you always dropping phone calls, and is it really annoying to get on the internet? And finally, if you can't connect your phone to the wireless charger or your new headphones, that might be a sign it's time to get a new one.
There's some people who just want a new phone because it's cool.
Exactly.
But so tell me, there are certain phone issues, though, that are curable, if you will. So you really don't need a new phone.
Totally. And Dylan, I'm sorry you cracked your phone this morning. The
This
screen,
is the back
right?
You're not on the
no,
list.
It's the back part.
Okay, so I can deal with
that. Yeah.
Well, that's
not
just
so
the
bad.
case, right?
Yeah.
But even if it were the front,
it's
no, it's actually the phone, the back of the phone.
You must have really slammed that thing down.
Well, I haven't slept much.
Greg's about to.
I was trying to get it up. I was trying to get it up.
Now you get a new phone. Okay, so let's look at this
He
list.
really wants you to get a new phone. Okay, so if the screen is cracked or if the battery's not working so well, those things can be replaced, right? If you are having an issue with data storage, like you're just running out of space for things, well, you can start backing your photos and text or whatever you want to save up to the cloud. So those are very fixable. The litmus test here is really if it costs more than half the cost of a new phone to fix your old phone, then just get the new phone.
It's more than half.
Yeah, that's your benchmark.
So let's talk about these new phone models that are coming out, and are they worth upgrading to? I gotta be honest with you, I don't need a new phone right now, but that's really cool.
It is really cool.
Yeah,
too. The fold.
Doesn't it feel
That's hot.
so wrong? Okay, we'll start with this one since you picked up. This is the Galaxy Samsung 3, the Fold. Oh no, sorry, this is the Flip. That one over there. Take that one, Greg or Dylan.
Makes no sense that you can
the
fold a
It's
screen.
like you can fold it like a book.
Yeah,
it's
look
amazing.
at that, it bends.
See if we can get a tight shot, but it just feels wrong, but so right at the same time.
It feels wrong, but so right.
I just
Wait, that's
love
so
that.
funny.
And apparently these are good. They're not going to have those problems the early folds did, where you know, the screen was like, I don't want to
These aren't cheap.
They are not.
How
That
do you
one's
talk on it?
$1,800. No, but
Hello?
Right? But these are waterproof. You know what? That's why you use your headphones. It really depends on how you use your phone. If you are using it more to read and surf the web, the bigger the better, really.
But how do you
yeah,
talk?
you're not going to hold it up to your ear.
I bet you can leave it
giant
like that.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, you can do that, Craig.
That's
so anyway,
hot.
okay,
But
so
if you
you have
can't-
new phones. These just came out in August, so these are really top of the line. They've got all the features, fast refresh, great camera systems.
So can you get deals on these?
There you go.
You can, absolutely. So the Pixels right now, the 5s that Google has, they're expected to come out with new 6s in October. So these will go down in price, and that will be a great way to get a deal.
Right.
And that happens with all phones, whether it's the iPhone 13 that
Like
came
the
out
iPhone
today, so
came
the
out,
12s
Apple
and the
came out
11s
with the
and the
iPhone.
10s.
The others
Those
will
are-
come down?
Exactly, that's going to help. You also want to search online because the Samsungs are on sale. But if you can wait a little bit, Black Friday is right around the corner. That's when we're going to see really good deals. You also want to remember, if you are an educator, if you're in the military, there are healthcare workers even, there are discounts to be had that way. So think about those. And of course, if you switch carriers, that's another way to get a really good deal on a new phone.
So do some homework first before you just go out and try to.
And you have the 13, by the way. You like
This
it?
is
That's
the 13. Well, if you like taking photos, the camera is upgraded.
Let's see.
I guess supposedly the battery is better on it.
Yeah, that's a big question for a lot of people. Should I get the iPhone 13? The experts at CNET are saying, look, if you've got a 12 or an 11, the camera and the cinema features are better on this. So if you do a lot of video recording and filming, fine, the 13. But if you can wait, there's still the same fast processing. You can surf the internet just as well. So don't feel like you're missing out if you're not ready to upgrade to the 13.
There are still people who have the traditional flip phone. You know,
Yes.
they don't want the whole smartphone thing, but 3G is going away.
I know, and this is a very big deal for a lot of people, and it's not just phones. 3G service is going to be eliminated by all the major carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. So that's medical devices, that's your security cameras, that's your tablets as well. So you really want to get in touch with your carrier right now. Look up whether your devices are going to be affected and figure out what's the option for you, what can you trade in for, so you can be ready for 5G. That's very important. And the FCC actually has something called the Lifeline, which helps for low-income people. So look into that because you don't want want to be caught not being able to use your device.
Especially if you can't reach 911.
Vicky, you're so good. Not a single note. Like, I mean, we have papers all over the place.
She's a pro.
Thank you, Vicky.
She's like an iPad
Not a
pro.
cramming.
All that homework paid off. Thank you, Vicky.
My goodness.
Feel free to leave your toys.
Yeah, no kidding. I want one of those.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Mr. Scott. How you doing?
Shannon Scott is having his oxygen level, blood pressure, and prescriptions checked. Nurses and sometimes doctors bring hospital care to his home in Jacksonville, Florida.
How's that looking? 98.3. Great.
Shannon, a 20-year veteran of the Navy, has severe rheumatoid arthritis that has weakened his lungs and liver.
And what does that do? What does it feel like?
If you can imagine drowning, that's the condition I have.
Shannon was asked to be part of the Advanced Care at Home program at the Mayo Clinic. A special team outfitted his living room with an internet connection, IV, monitors for his vital signs, an iPad for video calls, even a landline directly to his medical team.
Your oxygen saturation is 96%.
Pretty cool.
15 miles away, doctors and nurses are watching Shannon and about 40 other patients across Florida and Wisconsin.
I'm hearing what could be the hospital of the future coming to a city near you. This is the command center for the Mayo Clinic's Advanced Care at Home. And here, doctors and nurses are working 24/7, monitoring patients who are at home. They can order IVs from here, put in a prescription. They can even dispatch an emergency crew to a patient's location when needed. And get this, they're also monitoring the weather where every patient lives in case of something like a power outage or a hurricane.
His blood sugar has been controlled, 140s to 170s.
Like a traditional hospital, the staff makes their daily rounds, planning out how to care for their patients.
He responded pretty well to the Toradol.
I think I'm practicing the best medicine I have in 18 years here with this new system.
Dr. Michael Maniaci is Shannon's physician. He says technology allows doctors to give patients hospital-level care from the comfort of their homes, which allows patients to spend time with family, move around, and potentially recover faster with less risk of infection.
What data do you have showing that this is safe?
So we're collecting quality data just like we do in the brick-and-mortar hospital on mortality, medication errors, falls, readmission rate. It's about equivalent to what we found in the hospital setting.
Today, Shannon gets a virtual doctor's visit.
Hi, Mr. Scott. How are you? It's Dr. Maniaci in the command center.
And how's your breathing today, Mr. Scott?
Wonderful. I'm starting my 7% saline solution this evening.
The service isn't for everyone. Doctors say it works well for acute care patients, which includes people with cancer, severe pneumonia, congestive heart disease, or patients waiting for organ transplants. Dr. Pippa Schulman of Boston-based Medically Home helped design the program. She says as more hospitals offer this care, consumers will pay less.
When you're not supporting the overhead of the hospital, you can take that cost out of the system. And we really want consumers to be paying less than they're paying now.
How do you reassure patients that their data is going to be safe, that their health care that's being delivered is going to be safe?
We can reassure patients and their families that our technology is to the highest standards of safety and security. It is individualized to them and can't be accessed from the outside.
After spending nearly a month away from his family in the hospital, Shannon Scott says being at home is the best prescription he could receive.
I tell my wife every day that I love her. I tell my son I love him. Right. And I don't take anything for granted. Who be good boy?
And by the way, everyone you did see in that story is fully vaccinated, which is why we weren't masked for our interviews. Medically Home has already served more than 4,000 patients in hospital groups across the country, including Mayo, Kaiser Permanente, and Adventist Health. Right now, Medicare and Medicaid patients are fully covered. If you have private insurance, that's when you want to ask your company about this potential hospital at home care.
It's such an interesting trend, and it seems like just being home for so many of these patients may be a place where they can heal better, right? In a comfortable surroundings.
100%. Would you rather be in a hospital room or, in your living room, in your bedroom, right? And the fact that we had the pandemic, everyone's so used to video conferencing, it sort of accelerated people's ability to speak to their doctors in this way.
And you're not around other sick patients, which is better for your overall health as well.
Coming out of this crazy year, what are you looking forward to the most when life really gets back to normal?
I'm looking forward to going to restaurants and museums and just kind of like spending a day wandering around, interacting with just all that stuff that we've just missed, like nothing even so crazy, just kind of like getting back out into the world and experiencing sensory things.
Seeing humans, making eye contact.
Yeah.
I know.
Exactly.
It's an adjustment. You actually had COVID early on.
Yeah.
How do you feel now? I know you had some long haul symptoms. Are you feeling better?
Yeah. I feel better. I sometimes they come back a little bit, but I think I'm better and better. It's been pretty crazy though. It's been pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie.
You famously, I guess kind of famously, you and your hubby got married but didn't move in together right away. Then you moved in together and the pandemic struck. So you went from kind of having your own space to having zero space and 24/7, 365. How was that?
It was amazing. I married the right dude. Like, he is the best, and there's like nobody better to be stuck with. So I am glad we moved in together before the pandemic hit.
Yeah, it's like from 0 to 100, but thank goodness that it could have gone in a different direction. Like that, it's affirming that you're actually like, okay, you're the right person.
That's a good point. No, you're definitely right.
How has it been home with your kids? Because he's got 2 teenagers, you've got 2 teenagers.
It's been the best. I mean, it's like, there are some really significant, profound silver linings from this crazy 12 months. And that time with the kids has been definitely on the top of the list. And, we were just saying last night how it was amazing to, with teenagers, they're usually having dinner. Like, we always eat all together, but then it's like they're rushing off to do X, Y, and Z. And for the last 12 months, we've all just had these long, lingering, wonderful conversations at meals and, visits where, my daughter will just come in and kind of lay on the couch and kind of catch up. And, that to me has been the most precious gift of this whole time.
I mean, it's a dream. Your teenagers, when I was a teenager, I found my parents to be deeply embarrassing and uncool. But your kids are lucky. They have two cool parents. Like, do they see it that way?
No. My daughter thinks we're totally embarrassing. My daughter makes fun of us all the time, and she always has. It's pretty funny. I think my son thinks we're pretty cool, maybe. But he just turned 15, so maybe he'll start to get a different opinion soon.
He might turn into the skeptical, dark teenager.
Yes.
It happens. Well, you have Goop is just going great. You continue to be a mogul. You've got a new skincare line. You have a gadget that shan't be mentioned that's sold out. Can you believe? Are you ever still surprised that this has just taken off the way it has?
Yeah, you know, it's so funny because when you work so hard at something for so many years, and it feels like it's almost growing in increments that you can barely notice. So I think it's so important sometimes to stop and be like, wow, we actually got somewhere. Like, we're a brand that means something to people, and we're so proud of the things that we make and what we put into the world, and like people are actually reading it and coming to the site. So I've been trying actually to stop and take stock a little bit more and appreciate a little bit more lately what we've been able to build.
You've got this new skincare line. Apple, your daughter, is actually a big part of the launch. How did that come about?
Well, this so we have a couple of different lines. One is the Goop Glow line. So it's all about like super healthy, glowy skin and how you get it from the inside out, and amazing ingestible product and topical product. And we were doing this moisturizer, this light glow moisturizer, and partly because she's very into makeup and skincare, and she loves the Glow line. And so she was like, you guys should make a light moisturizer that has gives you like a little bit of a glow. So she was sort of part of the product development process. And so that when it came out, I was like, oh my gosh, should I let her be in the picture or not? Because she wanted to be in the picture, so we decided to let her. But it's nice when it feels like your family's contributing to what you're doing and the things that you're making, and to have that kind of support. And like my mom was a model for me last summer with our Goop jeans line. And so it's so nice to have like these two generations of women who love you being supportive. It's so sweet.
Well, I love her TikTok video.
First, my mom drinks her Goop Glow Super Powder, and she eats nothing except for dates and almond butter.
She's basically trolling you.
That's what she does all the time. That's what I was telling you. Constantly.
She's saying my mom is always, she's been on a cleanse since I was born, and she's always drinking a smoothie and making candles, and she's even teasing you about Goop's focus on a certain female body part.
Yep, that's right. I get it all day long. I mean, she's so funny. It's funny, one of my best friends from growing up, a guy named Tony Linnes, he was like, because my father was really funny, and he always says she's the non-recessive Paltrow humor gene.
She is really like, she's sassy. She's super sassy.
Oh yeah, big time. She's powerful, and she's articulate and funny, and I love that kind of dry, sassy sense of humor.
Do you think she'll go into the family business? At this point, what is the family
one?
business? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which one? I don't know. She's very, it depends day to day. She's really interested in a lot of things. She's really interested in history and political science and law. And, she loves the art. She's amazing draw. So I don't know. I think both of my kids are sort of like, we don't want to think about what we want to do. We just kind of want to see what unfolds. And, because I think as parents, we're like, wow, I wonder what direction they're going to go in.
But they have time. We don't have to push it.
They do.
Yeah.
It's true.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
I was listening to a podcast you did, and I thought it was so interesting. You talked about your dad, and you talked about your upbringing, and even though you had two famous, successful parents, and you had a lot of opportunity, it was so interesting to me. You talked about how your dad kind of said, once you're out on your own, you're on your own. You know, you can go for it in acting, you can go for it in Hollywood, but it's on you. I mean, I thought that was really cool and interesting, but also hard to do as a parent. Like, do you feel you could pull that off now?
You know, I think that was one of the most valuable things he gave me, was saying, you know, look, you're growing up in a privileged environment, but this is my money. This is not yours. And when you leave home, we're done. Like, I'm never giving you a penny. And he stuck to it. Like, it was a great lesson, and I had to learn how to completely fend for myself. And I thought that he would offer a safety net, and he didn't.
Wow.
So it was a wonderful way to understand what I was made of and what I was capable of. And, you know, it knocked any part of me that had the spoiled part of my upbringing, like, knocked it right out. And I really admire him for sticking to it, because, as you say, like, that would pull at my heartstrings, but he stuck to it.
Do you feel like that's something you'll be able to do, or do you want to do? I think about this all the time with my own kids.
You know, I think it's really important that children learn to create a life that they are in charge of, and to have that agency. And so I always encourage them. You know, it's both of my kids. Like, my daughter has had 2 retail jobs. Like, I think just from witnessing me work and respecting that, and the freedom of, you know, that it gives her, you know, to buy the crop top that she wants to buy. And I think it's one of the most important things that we can do to our children is instill that work ethic.
You are also in the midst of the Goop Lab season 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big viewer.
Thank you.
Are you doing anything adventurous this time around?
This season is different. It's kind of a different, like, the content. The setup is a bit different. So I'm not doing anything too daring. I actually had an idea for the show where I wanted to. So I'm trying to convince Netflix for next time. Like, I have an idea that's might be a little too daring, but it's been so incredible to film it, and I'm so excited for this version. They never let you talk about, you know, what it is, but it's going to be really good.
Wait, so do I get to hear the daring idea, the pitch?
I don't think so, but if they agree to it, then I'll tell you first. How's that?
I'll take it. I actually want to do one of these episodes with you. I want to go do one of these crazy, like, ice baths, or I don't know.
Okay, okay. Well, you'll come be my partner in one of them next time.
Yeah, unless it's jumping out of a plane or something, then I'm too.
Okay,
yeah.
I don't want to do that either.
Okay, good. We agree. I sort of been circling around it because I don't think there's a way to talk about it on morning television. But you do have some products that keep selling out. Mm-hmm. And are you surprised?
You know, no. In a way, I'm not surprised. Look, I think that our sexuality is such an important part of who we are, and you know, even the fact, like, if you think about it, we're on morning television, so we can't talk about female pleasure.
I just bleeped that out. I just bleeped it out.
But you know, it sort of gives you an insight into how culturally it's still taboo. And one of the things we really believe in at Goop is kind of eliminating shame from these topics.
Have you done anything where you've, like, in this space where you've kind of shocked yourself or surprised yourself that you're talking about it, whether it's the candle or the gadget?
I think it's all sort of part of this thing of like bringing female sexuality into the culture and talking about it in a way that kind of demystifies and destigmatizes it. And so I actually think it's great when people are a bit surprised, or, by some of the product. And it's funny because the candle was a complete accident. And because it just started as a joke and then it became a product, but it's come to be a talisman, for me, of like this really important moment to kind of embrace all aspects of ourselves and not feel that kind of shame.
Is your mother ever like, Gwyneth, I can't
Always.
believe.
Always.
Because Ms. Blythe Danner is very elegant and very proper, it seems to me.
She is, but even proper ladies have sexuality too.
This is part of your legacy now, like.
Good.
Really? Okay, so if it's in the first paragraph of your obituary, Gwyneth Paltrow, Oscar winner, and the candle.
Yes, exactly. Hopefully it'll all be, I'll be an amalgam of many things, as all women are.
What about acting? Because you did The Politician. You did. I know you are totally consumed with your company.
Yeah.
But do you still want to pursue acting? Are we going to see you on screen again soon?
Well, you'll see me on screen in the Goop Lab.
Yeah.
For sure. And, it's not really my focus right now. I think if you do see me on screen, it would probably be, something that my husband was doing. Otherwise, I got to focus on my day job.
I know. He's the only one who lured you back to Hollywood.
That's right.
You are kind of a lightning rod. We always talk about this.
Yeah.
Why?
I think I know, but I don't even know that I feel like it's my job to not engage in the opinions about me, good or bad, positive, negative, over time. It's like, I'm really focused on, what I'm doing. And I think it's actually, especially at Goop, what we're putting into the world is actually really important and moving culture forward. And if I started to get upset about people's responses to whatever, it might pull me back from that. So I try just not to pay too much attention and really stay in my integrity and move forward.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For more than 2 decades, Gwyneth Paltrow has graced covers, grabbed headlines, and garnered every imaginable accolade, one of Hollywood's perennial A-listers. But these days, this is Gwyneth's proudest accomplishment. Goop, the lifestyle and wellness brand she launched 10 years ago in her kitchen, has grown into a $250 million juggernaut. Its customers loyal and passionate, and on a Saturday, happy to spend $1,000 to gobble up Gwyneth's wisdom. Did you ever think that Goop would become what it's become?
I think I had a secret dream that it would become what it's become, but when I started 10 years ago, I had absolutely no idea. I had just had a vision, but I had no idea how to get there, like how to execute on it.
Did you know there was an inner CEO in you?
I was always very interested in business. I was always fascinated by it, but I didn't think that I had kind of the license to go into business.
Sometimes it's written in the press that you stopped acting.
Right.
Are they getting that right? Is you stopped acting? Is you pausing from acting? You're uncoupling from acting?
I've never said that I am quitting acting. What I say is Goop is my full-time passion, and being the founder and CEO of Goop is what I do all day, every day. And occasionally, when something is the right thing and it works out around my children and my Goop life, I'm able to participate. I think I'm just not focused on full-time acting right now.
Everyone says you're extremely involved. This is not a vanity project where you just slap your name on something.
Oh, no, I wish at this point.
What kind of boss would you say you are?
I think that I am an optimistic boss. I think I am constantly hoping for the highest good for all. Over time, I've had to learn the more difficult qualities of being a boss. It's been interesting as a woman to have to implement more structure and boundaries, and giving difficult feedback. Like that's been a hard part of it for me.
What have you learned about yourself in this journey, this particular journey of going into business?
I've had to sort of constantly shed my ego along the way because I had to come to terms with how much I didn't know, how much I had to learn. I made so many mistakes on the way to learning what I've learned.
Goop has sometimes faced criticism, even lawsuits, accusing it of promoting unproven health claims, what some called pseudoscience. Growing pains Paltrow says she has learned from. But her vision has also been vindicated.
Hello.
The wellness concept she was among the first to popularize now makes up a $4.2 trillion industry.
And we've always said, like, we're just asking questions. And I also really love when we write about something or talk about something at Goop and, the internet goes crazy, and then 6 months later, 12 months later, 2 years later, you see it kind of being widely adopted into the culture.
Well, that has happened a few times.
Yes, it has.
You could say I told you so.
But I would never.
Gwyneth is well aware of the way some people see her as someone just a bit too perfect. And she's willing to poke fun at herself, like on SNL this weekend.
Piper, I need your help because I'm really afraid that Gwyneth's gonna fire me. No, she doesn't believe in firing. Remember? It's called conscious unemploying. Right.
Well, first of all, for the record, are you perfect?
Oh my God. Are you insane?
Exactly.
I'm a mess.
Everyone is, but for people to kind of say, is she trying to say she's so perfect and the rest of us are just a bunch of slobs?
I mean, that's been actually the opposite of my intention. I always feel like I'm very open about my learnings, my shortcomings, my mistakes. I think we're all in process, and we're all starting at different places. And I think I'm actually a person who tries to look for ways to really support people and offer solutions and ideas.
Strolling around the summit, it's easy to get drawn into the Goop universe.
1, 2, 3.
For a B12 shot or a different kind of needle.
But what about an ear pierce?
Well, I don't know. My ears are pretty pierced up.
That's true.
I know.
That's pretty good.
Maybe I'll be like Gwyneth and get one right
Let's
here.
go do it.
I'm serious. I'll go do it right now.
Let's go do it.
Okay, let's go.
All right, are you ready?
ready?
We're ready.
We're ready.
We're ready.
Yep.
Hey,
Hold my hand.
we got this. Oh, I love your, that is super cool.
I'm happy.
That's amazing.
The double stack, now I want to do that. It's the next one.
The next one. Oh my God, matching earrings? What happened?
Ultimate bonding experience, get your ears pierced. I'm always trying to get Siri to come get something pierced.
Do it, yeah.
Can we see it?
It was fun. Oh, yeah,
Which
here
one
is
it?
Well, see,
Wait,
now
can I
I
ask you a
have
dumb
4.
question?
I mean, who am I? I'm like in high school again. But isn't it kind of fun? It's that little one right there.
How
Very
many do you
cool.
have total?
Whoa.
I know,
She's
it's like,
cool. No,
I'm such a goody-goody that it's like, oh, this is my little rebellion. I have 4 piercings
Yeah.
on this one now. The
Yeah.
Gwyneth
You're running
piercing
out
is
of
my
room.
4th.
Yeah.
I did this one with Jenna Bush Hager.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I have 3 on the
Celebrity
other
Takes
side.
you an hour just to get your ears done.
I know. But anyway, it
The
was
nose
really
is next.
fun.
In one line, what is Goop? I still have a hard time defining
Yes.
it.
Well, you know what? You're not the target demographic.
Yeah.
But for women, a lot of women do know. I mean, it's wellness. It's wellness in general, but it's products. It's, I mean, the Goop Summit, for example, is what they've got panels and people come and talk. It's, you know, just a variety.
It's a
of
lifestyle.
different lifestyle, wellness. There's a newsletter. There's a podcast. There's going to be a show on Netflix. And, you know, it's funny.
It's a
'cause,
wide
you know,
net.
Yeah, it is. And she's built this $250 million company.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're joined now by Oscar winner Gwyneth Paltrow. She's one of the stars of the new Netflix series called The Politician. Gwyneth plays the mother of an ambitious high school senior who wants to be president one day and will stop at nothing to get there. It's an ambition that makes her perhaps a little worried.
I know this is my only pass. Why does that make you cry?
Because I love you so much. And I know I'm gonna do whatever it takes to help you get what you want. And I'm sad for the person that's gonna turn me into.
Gwyneth Paltrow, good morning.
Good morning.
This feels so timely on so many levels. Ryan Murphy, your husband Brad Falchuk, created this together.
With Ian Brennan.
Yes, and you guys you've worked together before with Glee. I mean, that's actually how you met Brad.
That's right.
But I heard you didn't exactly jump at this chance. He had to convince you a little bit.
He had to convince me a little bit. I've got a pretty big day job over at goop.com, so I'd sort of put acting on the back burner. But he was writing, and he was like, I think I'm writing a part for you. And I was like, I don't think I can do a part. And lo and behold, here I am.
There you are. And by the way, it does seem like it was written for you. The part is kind of just perfect for you. What do you like about...
I don't know how I should take that,
Well,
Savannah.
I know, because actually it is true, because this mom character you play, she might be a little bit twisted.
She's complicated.
Yeah, she is, but it's like, but you wear it so well. But what was it like actually working with Brad, and like here he's writing your words and you were interacting, you're an executive producer on the show. Like, how did that dynamic all play out?
It was the best. It was really easy. And, I think when you trust someone so much and you love someone so much and they know you so well and you know them, it's really actually an interesting set of characteristics to bring into a workplace. So it was really nice.
And this show has so many different stars in it. I mean,
Yes.
it's like some real heavy hitters. Ben Platt was just here yesterday. Jessica Lange plays like an incredible character. Another
She's amazing.
slightly twisted mom. I don't know what it says about that. You mentioned just a second ago that you're kind of, in a way, putting acting on the back burner. I do almost think of you more of an entrepreneur now. I mean, you really, like, Goop seems to be your whole life.
It sure is. It sure is.
Yeah.
It's I mean, I love it so much. It's challenging in all the best ways. And I learn so much every day. And I love the products that we're making and, you know, the content that we're making. So it's really fun.
Did you ever imagine that this is where you'd end up? Like in your 20s, if I said, oh, actually, you're going to want to be a businesswoman more than you're going to want to be an actress.
You know what's funny? I was talking to Laura Dern the other day, and she said, do you remember when you were like 25? We were sitting on the porch, and you said, I think I want to go into business one day. And I had no recollection of it, but she said that I was eyeing it even then, which is so strange.
So it kind of was always in your heart and your DNA.
Anytime a recipe gets passed down from generation to generation, you know it's got to be real good. And as we take aim to make your life easier this week, we are going to share that specific recipe with you.
Okay, it is a roasted chicken and rice dish. It's been passed down from a mother to her son, and that son just happens to be a Michelin-starred chef. That chef is at his restaurant, Veranda, right here in New York City, Chef George Mendez. Hey, George.
George.
Hi.
How
Good
are
to see you again.
We're so happy
Live
to see
from Veranda.
you.
I love that.
Oh my God,
I know,
sorry.
Veranda's close to my neighborhood. I gotta come visit.
Yeah, definitely.
Get in here.
Let's talk about your mom's recipe, okay? Because a recipe has to be this good to be passed down. What is it about this specific one?
These are flavors that I grew up with in my childhood. My mother used to cook rice dishes for my sister and my dad a number of times a week. Sometimes it was chicken, sometimes it was rabbit, sometimes it was a tomato rice. So that cooking has had an enormous impact in my career. So, you know, she spent time with the kitchen with me at many of my restaurants here at Veranda, and she's an enormous inspiration for everything that I cook with and create. Very, really rustic childhood, home-style flavors.
Yeah, and I think chicken and rice sounds like the perfect dish for us to cook tonight. So let's get started.
Yeah.
Tell us what we need to cook.
So I am on the over medium heat. I have a cast iron skillet, oven-proof, olive oil, onions, garlic. Right, a pinch of salt right away to get things started. Salt starts to release the moisture, starts to develop that base of flavor. And then I'm going to get paprika going in there, and some sweet peppers. Great from the farmer's market right now this time of the year. Please visit your local farmer's market. More olive oil. I'm sure my mom right now is saying, add more olive oil. There we go. You can also add like a pinch of chili flakes as well. No rules here.
Hey, George, are you a dark meat guy, or are you a dark meat guy or a light meat guy?
I like both.
Yeah.
I like the combination of both.
Okay.
When it comes to Thanksgiving, though, dark meat for sure.
Okay.
How about you guys?
We differ on this.
I like dark
Hoda
meat.
likes dark, I like light.
Yeah.
Okay, so once
Good.
you do all that, do we add the chicken? What's the next step?
Next step is we're going to add the rice
Oh.
here.
So that's
And it's a
uncooked.
bomba or a cholesterol rice. It's a very short grain rice. Really important because it absorbs a lot of the flavors of the chicken broth.
Yum.
Is that
And the
uncooked
flavors.
rice, or is that cooked rice you dumped in?
This is uncooked. This is uncooked.
And it doesn't need that long to cook?
It's going to need about 20 minutes in the oven, but of course I have one ready for you to show you.
Okay.
And then at this point, I'm going to add the chicken meat. So the chicken meat I have right here that's previously done. This was confit in olive oil, really slowly for about 40 minutes. It's skinless, bone-in thigh. And then we take the meat off of the bone and pull it, just like if you're doing pulled pork, you're doing pulled chicken. And that's in here right now.
If we buy, if we maybe don't have as much time, do you just buy a rotisserie chicken and
cut it
shred it?
Only if you don't have enough time, but with some
He prefers us to
organization
do
and a
this.
little bit of patience, you can do this at home. I
Okay.
promise you.
Okay.
Promise you. Promise you.
What's the next step?
Chorizo
Mm-hmm.
goes in there. All right. And then I'm going to add, so it's about 1 cup of rice, and I'm adding about 1.5 cups of broth. I'm using a roasted chicken broth. You can also use a vegetable stock. If you don't have that, you can use water.
Okay.
Just make sure it's nicely seasoned.
Yeah.
And that goes in carefully like so.
Okay.
So this is a one-pot dish.
It's almost like a
one-pot dish.
paella.
Yeah.
That's right. The only difference is this goes in the oven. Paellas cook on the stove top for the most part, and traditionally over a live fire.
Okay. So do we pop that baby in the oven now?
That's right. So at this point, I got a 400-degree oven, and I'm going to go right off behind me.
Good job staying centered.
Nice.
And there you go.
How long does that cook?
That's going to cook about 20 minutes. I'm sorry.
20 minutes.
We have options there at the restaurant where we pre-cook it just for speed. At home, you can do the same thing. You can have par-cooked rice so that you can speed up the process as long as you have the chicken. The beauty behind this is it's a chicken confit. It's traditionally done with duck as well, and you can hold this in your fridge up to a week. So this whole step with your chicken thigh, you need to do ahead, right? You can preserve it in your fridge.
George,
and then if you really want to.
Sorry, I didn't mean
ahead.
to interrupt you, but will you show us that final
That's okay.
delicious rice dish?
How do you serve it up? What else do you add anything else to it?
Yeah, so I have sliced chicken breast that's also cooked very similar to the chicken thigh. That's poached in olive oil with thyme and bay leaf. And then once the time is done, the rice comes out of the oven, I slice the chicken breast over the top.
All right.
And here you go.
That
looks
looks
delicious.
gorgeous.
George, thank you so
George.
much for this recipe. Head
You
to
bet.
today.com/food.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
If making dinner is the dread of your daily routine, don't worry, we've got some help.
Yeah, I need it. We called in our friend, Today's Show nutritionist Joy Bauer, for one of her delicious one-and-done meals, and she's got a pineapple chicken recipe.
By the way, two beautiful things that belong together. All right, so what do you need? What ingredients, Joy, do we need for this recipe?
Okay, guys, this is what you're having for dinner tonight. It really checks every box. So we need 1.5 pounds of either skinless chicken breast or thighs, 1 red onion, 1 red or yellow or orange bell pepper, 2 cups of fresh cubed pineapple, teriyaki sauce, and honey. That's it. And I'm telling you, this is like the ultimate one and done. It's packed with nutrition, it's totally addictively delicious, and it comes together fast.
Okay, so Joy, we all have that moment where we get a pineapple, we think it's ripe.
We don't know.
And it ain't.
Nobody knows. So how do you
know?
The easiest way to know if a pineapple is ripe is really to give it a squeeze. You want it to be firm, but it should give a little bit. And then smell the bottom portion. You should get a sweet, fresh aroma. Sometimes it can be ripe, but you don't automatically get that sweet aroma. But if it doesn't have a pleasant aroma, it means it's probably overripe. But that's really the easiest way to know if you're buying the perfect pineapple.
Okay, so we're starting with the chicken. Now what?
Yes. So we have the bowl of chicken. All we're going to do is I have a red onion here. And I'm specifically using a red onion because you know from that vibrant color, the onion is packed with antioxidants, something specific called quercetin, which eases inflammation and also helps to tame seasonal allergies. Now I'm adding in a bell pepper, and the bell pepper is packed with vitamin C to support a healthy immune system. And the star of our show, fresh cubed pineapple, which brings more vitamin C to the table, but also a group of enzymes called bromelain, which helps to aid in digestion and also eases inflammation. So we have this right here. It couldn't be simpler. And now I'm telling you, for the easiest marinade in all of the land. We're taking a half a cup of teriyaki sauce, bonus points if you could find a reduced sodium, and I'm mixing in just 1 tablespoon of honey. It's going to give it a perfect sweetness. I'm going to stir this up, and I'm just going to pour it right over our concoction over here.
That's it? And you let it marinate for how, you know what, and I have to say, Joy, this is just Hoda's new thing. If you were Hoda making this, she would add a little ginger.
Can you?
Yum. So you can absolutely, you could add ginger, you could add garlic, but really the teriyaki sauce already has some of those things built in. So it's sort of like one-stop shopping, but hey, the more the merrier when it comes to added seasoning. And in terms of letting this marinate, here's the thing. If you have the time, you can let it sit for about 15 to 30 minutes, but you don't have to. Half the time I'm rushing and I don't have the time to let it sit. So then I take my baking sheet. I'm going to mist it with a little bit of oil spray. And you are just going to pour this on top.
That's it?
That's so easy.
That's it. Guys,
I mean, come
I'm telling you.
Anyone can do that. Right?
You're so right. And
Joy,
so
if you like your chicken cubed, can you just cut it beforehand? Yeah.
You can use breasts, thighs, or breasts, and you could just chop it up into whatever size pieces you like. I'm using tenderloins here, but anything goes. And what I'm going to now do is I'm putting this, you're going to come with me over to my oven, and I'm going to pop this in. I set the oven at 420 for just 15 to 18 minutes.
Okay, goodbye.
So I'm putting this.
There you are.
15 to 18 minutes. I may do this, Joy, and I never cook anything.
Looks simple.
Jenna, I would be so psyched. I have one done to see you do it, and you know you have to send me a picture.
I'll send
Look
you
at
a
this.
pic for sure.
So this one is
we can
done.
make that.
That pan is huge.
And you know what, guys? It's
She's
also
just little.
it is packed with nutrition and it's light in calories, so you really could feel good about enjoying this. And now, truth be told, just like this, you can dive in and it's a perfect winner chicken dinner. But we're going to take it over the edge.
Cauliflower
with
rice?
this. No.
What
it's
is
a
it?
thick. Let me push this over. A thick, sweet teriyaki glaze, and it's a kitchen hack that I just discovered that I'm so excited to share. So in here, I just have 2 tablespoons of water. That's it. And I'm adding in a teaspoon of cornstarch. Now it could be arrowroot or cornstarch. This will be our thickener, and you just want to let it dissolve, right?
We
Get out
just
all
have a
those
couple of
lumps and
seconds
bumps.
left. So how do we,
Okay, so then we add in 1/4 cup of teriyaki sauce and 1 tablespoon of honey. And how's about you put that in the microwave for 1 to 2 minutes. Let me show you this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And you
and then I'm
drizzle that over
very quickly, because I gotta go for the money shot here. I'm gonna take this.
Yes.
This was our finished. We're gonna drizzle this over the top.
Show me the money.
And then-
That's it.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Joy,
oh,
you've
yeah.
inspired.
Joy, thank you
inspired
so
a
much
lot of us.
for these recipes. Head to
And then
today.com/food. Thank you, Joy. It looks delicious. Yummy,
Oh,
yummy.
I wish you guys could come over and feast with me right
We
now.
too. All right.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame. This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, another person we love. We love celebrating her. She's one of our favorites. She is celebrity chef Lidia Bastianich.
We thought, who better to have back than the queen of Italian cuisine herself?
You guys know Lidia. She's the owner of Becco. It's one of New York's most revered restaurants. It's in the Theater District. And we're happy to announce that Becco is reopened. Yes. And we're so happy, Lidia. It's so great to talk about new beginnings. You've got a beautiful dish in front of you.
Well, buongiorno, ladies, and happy anniversary.
Oh, thank you.
And, you know, I was the first chef that came on your show. You invited me. I was so thrilled. So here I am again.
Well,
yes.
we
and
remember.
Today,
yes.
You remember?
We remember, and we can't wait to have you back and get to taste that delicious chicken.
As soon as the situation allows it, I will be there. But in the meantime, you're in my kitchen, in my home, and I'm going to show you how to make this delicious, simple dish of chicken braised in lemon sauce with capers, with olives, and underneath on top of braised spinach. In this case is escargot. It is the #1 dish at Becco. So if you go there, try it.
Okay.
But in the meantime, I'm going to show you how to make it.
Okay.
So you take some chicken breast and you saute it just like that, nice and
beautiful.
A little bit of flour, salt, and you saute in it a little bit of oil.
Okay.
To this, we are going to add some garlic, and then I'm going to put it back on the sliced garlic, just like that. And let's put it back on the fire. And you keep on going, and we'll add some capers. You know capers.
I love capers.
Delicious. Yeah, the
like
delicious
baby
people
pickles.
love those. And you know what? They add a lot of flavor when you cook. For fish too, capers are delicious. And then here I have Cerignola olives.
Wow.
I don't know if you Cerignola olives are these big olives, and they're delicious and meaty. And all you have to do is kind of slice off the pieces of it like that, and you use these pieces in cooking, just like that, just like that.
Beautiful.
I'm going to add that to the pan, and the fire is going. I'm going to add some butter.
Oh, yeah. You had us at butter.
Okay. And then I'm going to add some white wine. Now, you know, I get a lot of times questions asked about cooking wine. Oh, which cooking wine should I use or whatever? No cooking wines. Wine that you would drink. It doesn't have to be the most expensive. It could be something that you have a little bit left over, but use good wine. And then, of course, the lemon juice. A little bit of fresh lemon juice.
Fresh lemon juice,
and
yeah.
you like that kind of cook. Let's put some fresh pepper.
That looks beautiful.
Just
Lidia,
like
can I ask
little
a
bit
question real quick, Lidia? Was that chicken cooked through before you added all that stuff with it, or
No, you don't have to, because you don't want to overcook chicken. You know,
Okay.
chicken can become tough.
Yeah.
So you do it almost 3/4 of the way, because then you continue to cook it in the sauce.
Okay.
And that's not a long cooking process.
So how long do you cook it? About how long do you cook it before you put everything in it?
Well, you get it brown on both sides.
Okay.
And depends on the intensity of the heat.
Yeah.
But I would say about maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then you go with the garlic, and then you go with all the flavorings. And I also like to put in there some lemon slices. So this way you have a nice decoration. So just slice some lemon, put them right in there. And so let's see. Let me show you how it looks while it's cooking. Do you see it?
Oh my God,
Gorgeous.
Lydia.
It's so simple.
Is
and
that
delicious.
it? That's it?
Okay. And let me tell you here, let me show you, I have some escarole. Now, escarole is also garlic and oil, and the escarole leaves, a little pinch of hot pepper, and you put a lid on it with a little bit of water, and you braise your escarole. But spinach is delicious underneath this chicken as well.
Okay.
So, ladies, can you do this?
Yep.
We can do it, and we can't believe it. We can't
Can we
do
see the
anything.
plated version? Can we see your finished product? Oh.
Looking gorgeous.
One more time. We just want one more look. Lydia, we love you. We love you. We want to send our condolences to you about your mom. We know how much you loved her, and we love hearing you talk about her. So thank you for being with us today.
Well, thank you for your kind words. She is missed very much. But, you know, I was blessed to have her 100 years.
Yes.
She just turned 100 in January and passed away in February.
Wow.
Oh, we're sending you so much
We love you,
love.
Lydia. Thank you so much. To get that recipe, by the way, at home, you can go to today.com/food.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm. Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse
False
is
narrative
racism.
of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And we are back with Today Food and the wonderful Valerie Bertinelli.
That's right. She has been coming into our homes for years, one way or another. As an actress.
You can't get rid of me.
Yeah. She won 2 Golden Globes for her role on One Day at a Time. Who could forget that? She made us laugh out loud and hot in Cleveland, too.
And now, Valerie, you host like 1,000 cooking shows and baking shows.
Only 2.
Food Network, they're so good. Family Food Showdown's awesome, too. This morning, you're going to give us a chicken dish. But
It's the right weather for a chicken dish, I think, especially a chicken bake.
I wish people could smell how good it smells in here.
It smells great.
Where does your love of cooking come from? Before acting?
Oh, yeah.
You've been acting your whole life.
I've been cooking longer than I've been acting, actually. I've been acting since I was 12, and I've been cooking since I was a little...
Why? Was it in your family? Or?
Yeah, my nonni, my mother, and then I find out my great-grandmother was an actual chef in San Remo, so it's in my blood.
Yeah.
It's meant to be. So I'm going to show you this dish because it's really super delicious and it's really great for this time of year.
Yep. There's a lot of ingredients.
There's a lot of ingredients, so I would suggest making a lot of it because I think a great home tip is when you're cooking and you're going through all the trouble anyway, just make more.
Yeah.
And then you have leftovers. I'm one of those fans of leftovers.
Me too.
So I got a little olive oil in here. Here's a great little trick, too. When you're going to marinate any kind of meat, get a baggie out and get it in a bowl, and it's going to hold everything in there for you. I have some white wine. You want?
I know.
I've already partaken.
You want exactly. She knows us.
Here, I'll leave you a little.
Yeah, what's your cut of chicken, Valerie? What is that? Is that those breasts? Or?
These are chicken thighs.
Thighs, like the thighs.
And I really love it.
If you wanted,
you can absolutely do breast if you want, but I'm telling you, don't be afraid of a chicken thigh. It's so tasty. It's got so much more flavor than a breast. I mean, there are some breast men out there, but I happen to be a thigh girl.
Why not both?
I have some fresh thyme.
Yep.
I've got fresh onion.
That's
and
white wine.
sliced-
Does it matter what kind of white wine you use?
Yes, use white wine. You can use Sauv, you can use Cabernet, depending.
Okay.
But I do suggest
Use the
any
cheap
wine.
stuff you have at the
No.
house. No?
Use the good stuff.
Why? I want to drink the good stuff.
No, you're going to drink the good stuff, and you're going to put it because you're going to taste it in your meal.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought all
You
that burned
always
off.
want the good stuff in everything.
How long are you going to marinate this?
I'm going to marinate this for about 2 hours.
Now, this is not a brine, right?
No.
This is a marinade.
No, well, there is some lemon juice in here.
So that'll help.
So that's going to be, that's why you don't want to marinate it more than 2
I
or
like
3
how you put
hours.
little red pepper flakes
Red
in there.
pepper flakes.
So you're
You know
gonna
what, you
Ziploc
guys,
that
I'm
up.
going through this really quickly, but you can go online and
Yes.
you guys will have the recipe.
And they're
so.
putting graphics, so hopefully people
Okay,
who
good.
know what they're doing.
So now you
know.
just massage your chicken breasts.
Yes.
Or your thighs. These are thighs. So massage thighs or breasts, whatever.
How are the tests, the eaters
Bops
over
or
there? What do you
Bippy.
think?
Oh my God.
It's great, right?
You're already eating it. I love it. Well, let's get on.
How long
Because
do we marinate? Did
You're
you
going to
tell
marinate
us?
that 2 hours, no more than 2 or 3 hours. Here's a leek. Now, what you want to do with leeks, because they can get really, I'm not going to say dirty, but they do get a lot. They do get a lot of sand in them. So you want to get them in some cold water and let them come apart. And then once they've been in the cold water for a while,
Yeah.
you got your leeks right here. Then you
Okay.
add some potatoes,
Yep.
little ones, and then you add some of your red onion right over.
Simple.
And then more olive oil.
Yeah.
And then you get this into the oven at about 425 for, it'll say on the graphic. So you get that in the oven. We want these nice and
Follow the
tender.
instructions.
Yes, okay.
So while that's happening, you're going to bring your chicken out.
Yes.
And you're going to let it come to room temperature. But you want to get all of those beautiful juices that you just
you
made.
strained it. You're gonna keep
You
them.
strained it because you're going to make that into your sauce.
Okay.
But you want to keep
I
all
would have
these...
thrown that out because it was in raw chicken. I would have known that the
But you're
bottom
going to
stuff-
cook it, so it's going to be okay.
Good.
So you're very right. You don't want to ever eat something that's been on raw chicken without
Unless you
cooking
cook it
first.
off,
You
yeah.
got to cook it off.
Yeah.
And you want to save these really yummy bits too. And then once you do, you're going to salt and pepper these guys.
Yep.
I'm not going to get to that. I don't have
That's all right.
It's okay. We
And
got
you
it.
want to saute these. Oh, I didn't put it up high enough.
That's right. But that'll be
So you
sizzling
wanna
When you're home, you
inside
want
down.
that sizzling, and you want to really get 2 or 3 minutes on each side.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about cooking it all the way through, because that's going to go back in
You're
the
going
oven.
to bake this whole thing off
You're
anyway.
going to bake it all off again.
Okay.
There's a lot of steps here.
There's a lot of steps, but it's so worth it because when you put all that into it, you can really taste it.
Those breadcrumbs at the end, are those
There's our
homemade?
breadcrumbs at the end.
Homemade
So
or-
all these bits, well, you saute them with some
Try
butter,
this again.
and you get them nice and crispy. And then you want to then get some mustard over these guys. Put the breadcrumbs back on, and by the end, you're going to have this beautiful dish.
Oh my gosh,
Spectacular.
Valerie,
And it's super delish.
Spectacular.
It really is. It's worth
Oh, you're
every
eating good.
step. It's so good. I do.
Try the
Yummy.
potatoes. They're crazy.
Why I feel like everybody else's chicken is better than my chicken. Like everywhere else I go.
Really?
Yes, chicken's hard for me.
Chicken is probably
This
the
is
easiest
so
protein
delicious.
in the world to cook.
No, but you cooked it twice and it's delicious.
Well,
It's moist
and you want
inside,
to
it's
make
crispy
sure
on
you
the
get crisp
outside.
on the skin.
Mine's
It's all-
rubbery and crabby.
Yeah.
Valerie, thank you so much.
Okay, so are you bored with the same old chicken dinner?
Well, so are we. So we asked Today Show contributor Elizabeth Heiskell for a good chicken recipe to spice things up, and she didn't just wing it. It just keeps going on and on.
You are the best.
Oh, wow.
So it's the good chicken. It doesn't even have a name. My kids call it the good chicken. My friend came up with this recipe, Kara. It's perfect. Her friend Kara came up with it. Do not judge me, all right?
No, we won't.
So we're going to
Non-judgment.
start with our chicken. Now, we are going to add...
Now, does it have to be the breast?
Yeah, you want... Oh, that's good.
That's
we'll
clean.
get a little
Doesn't
bleach on that
matter.
later.
Yeah,
So you want a boneless, skinless chicken breast.
Okay.
And then we're going to add chicken broth.
Got it.
We have peppercini peppers.
Sorry, Meredith.
And just until it covers it, this is the juice from the peppercini peppers. We're going to add those too.
I've never even heard of
Now,
pepperoni peppers.
Wait, what?
You know the
You gotta slow
pepperoni
down.
peppers?
This is the juice?
Yeah, so you get a jar of pepperoni peppers.
Is that
You know
pepperoni
the big
peppers?
the big green peppers. These are just sliced though.
Okay.
And so we'll add those. You know what I'm talking about.
But how did you get the juice out of them?
Well,
Out of the
when
can.
when you dump it, it all kind of
can.
comes in the
Out of the
jar.
can.
Oh, I
It's in
thought
a
you
jar.
meant you
It's in a
squeeze
jar.
a pepper.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
thinking,
No,
how
it's
do
a
you
jar
do
of
that?
pepperoni peppers. You pour the whole thing
not
in.
a cook.
Just keep the juice, I guess is the
Okay.
point.
Okay.
So now we have some ranch dressing packet.
Oh.
I know.
really?
And a little bit. It's a gravy packet. I know. That's what I said. Do not judge me
No,
on this
not at
recipe.
all. Packet.
Until you've tried it, don't judge me.
Okay, we won't.
Now we're going to put it in our slow cooker for 45
Minutes.
Start off for about 45 minutes. It's going to need to go for about 4 hours though.
Wow.
And then it just shreds. The deal is we don't have time to listen to our children complain about
No,
food.
we sure don't.
This is something that they will love. Every time I make it, or if I'm making chicken, they're like, Mom, is it the good chicken? I'm like, yes.
Now,
it's
do you
the
have a
good
bad chicken?
And everybody says, yes.
You do have a bad chicken?
Yeah, just like a boneless, skinless chicken that you just throw in the oven with some lemon juice and a couple of seasonings, and nobody likes it, but
Okay,
it's
but
super
this they
simple.
love.
This
Okay.
is very, very simple as well. Now, we're going to serve it over rice. You could serve it over pasta. You could do mashed cauliflower would be amazing.
It is good chicken.
Isn't it good?
Thank you.
It's
Thank
just
you.
good, simple. It's easy for you now that you're going to have a new baby. You're going to be busy
Oh,
as
that's
all
right.
get
Yeah,
out.
that's right.
You know, and so this is something you can throw in before you go to work. It's ready when
very
you come
flavorful.
home. Now, this icebox pasta is going to be a lifesaver. So what we do is we take anything that's left over in the icebox. So we had some smoked chicken, we've got a peach, we have some peppers, you know, corn,
Yes.
whatever you've got. If you've got a zucchini, throw it in there. Red pepper, you throw it in there. We had some tomatoes left over.
It is a lot of it.
Well, whatever you love.
Okay.
And then we have a great vinaigrette.
What you put in
that
this
we're going to
vinaigrette?
toss it with. So it's equal parts olive oil and cider vinegar. It does have a little bit of Parmesan. It has some really beautiful basil, some
Oh, which is
cilantro,
always delicious.
some great parsley.
All right.
We mix it all together. Add this to our pasta.
Now,
stir. Exactly.
Wait, did you put some chicken in there?
We could have put the good chicken in there, but we had some smoked chicken in the icebox, so we threw that in there. We have a little bit of pasta. Add our pasta.
Okay.
And then we've got some cilantro. We've got
Thank
some
you
basil.
very much.
All right.
I'm just trying to come up with things for you that will
Elizabeth,
make your life much
You know what? Just
simpler.
by being here, you made our life much better and much simpler. So for these recipes and more, go to today.com/food.
Their good friend and today colleague Craig Melvin, who gets very personal in his new book. It's called Pops, Learning to be a Son and a Father.
In it, Craig writes about the complicated relationship he and his dad had and how they struggled for years to get to the beautiful place that they are now, and it's a journey he's celebrating.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Craig in a second, who's looking right at us as we read this intro.
Oh, there's a setup spot.
But first, look at his very personal story.
I never questioned whether he loved me. I questioned whether he liked me a lot. I mean, there were times where we were just so disconnected growing up.
Growing up, Craig Melvin thought of his dad, in his own words, as a ghost, there, but not there.
It impacted me more when I was younger than I fully realized. I developed a deep-seated resentment because I didn't understand why. At the time, I was, really active in a bunch of stuff at school, and I was a good kid. Like, why wouldn't you want to be there? It wasn't until I became a journalist and doing stories on people that struggled mightily with myriad addictions. And then I started to understand, that was sick.
Lawrence Melvin, or Pops as Craig calls him, struggled with addiction for the majority of Craig's life.
The memories became dad drinking, dad being drunk, dad passed out, or dad at work. I mean, that was kind of it for a long time. As a society, I think, unfortunately, there is a tendency to cancel people, to write them off. No one wants to be bothered with the addict after the first or second try. And we did that for a while. But for me, like if you're a person of faith, you can't do that in good conscience. We're all climbing different mountains. And my father was climbing a mountain.
It was an uphill climb Lawrence would eventually conquer. At 67 years old, Pops went to rehab and is now celebrating 2 years of sobriety. These days, Craig marvels at the kind of father-son relationship he now has with his Pops.
I hope that I have the kind of relationship with my son 20 years from now that I've had with my dad for the past 2 years. Does that make sense? That's what I want. That's what I want.
That's what you want. That's what you're going to get. We have a feeling, Craig.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you guys for having me. This is so nice.
Craig, this book is personal, and it's very vulnerable. You know, I think Hoda and I are both so proud of you because we see you as this friend and this colleague who's buttoned up and telling the news, and I can tell you're a little bit
uncomfortable,
a little nervous about telling your own story, but it is brave. So, what ultimately made you decide to do this?
A couple of things. I mean, my dad and I just got to such a good point, and he and I had some conversations about his story doing some good, and he wanted to do some good. And then the pandemic hit. I had a lot more free time on my hands, so both of those things just sort of converged, and that's how we got it.
Did you ever think you'd see your dad go to AA? I mean,
No.
like you said, you knew him your whole life.
No.
Were you shocked when finally the intervention happened and finally he said yes to it? Because he still needs to say yes.
Stunned.
Yeah.
Because we tried before. I mean, we tried interventions over the years and it just didn't stick. And this time, the last time we did it, we enlisted a professional. And that made all the difference. We enlisted a professional, and I write about it in the book. It also helps. It's funny now, it wasn't funny at the time. It also helps that when we had the intervention, he was blackout drunk. The next morning, I called the facility where he went, and I checked in on him, and the doctor was like, "Oh, yeah, he's fine now. He's in our sober tank." He didn't remember going.
I think the other part of this story is that it's a true love story because it's about forgiveness.
Yeah. It is.
And redemption.
It is.
And grace.
Yes.
And those are things that I think we see glimmers of them in our society, but not like as clearly as I think you were raised to see.
It became apparent to me over the last couple of years, especially, that I had to forgive my dad, not for him, for me. I had to forgive him for myself, but I also wrote this to help him understand that he's forgiven, because for a number of years he would feel so bad about the years that he missed and how he wasn't really there, and I wanted him to know. While he's, still with us. I wanted to give him his flowers to make sure he understood all is right.
Well, you gave him his flowers. He gave you that letter that you talked about. Those were your flowers. And we know that faith is like real big in your heart. You talk about it here. You feel it. We feel it from you. And how special it is. There's one particular hymn that you love. It's called "Guide Me, O Thou Great Jehovah."
Yes.
Well, New Life Baptist Church.
No, they didn't.
Oh, yes, we did, honey. Let's take a listen.
This is my childhood
to that.
church.
Listen.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh! That's my Aunt Wanda on the far left. That's my childhood church.
Yeah. I know. And that's your aunt at the end?
That's who you went with. Your grandma took you there, right?
Oh, I grew up. You have no idea how much that means to me. I was shaped and molded and formed by that church. By that, I sang in the choir, 40 years ago with my grandma in that church.
And there's your Aunt Wanda. I didn't know your Aunt Wanda was in that number.
Her nickname's Boo.
Well, we love Boo, but we love you more. So good luck and enjoy your book tour.
Yeah,
and
we're
just
so proud of
receive
you.
all the goodness that's coming to you. You can.
I know we're not supposed to be hugging.
We love you. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Just so sweet.
Happy Father's Day.
And New Life Baptist Church.
Yes,
I know,
baby,
that
we
was
went
a
for
surprise
it.
just for you.
That was some producing.
Pick up a copy of Craig's book. It's called Pops. Today.com/shop. You can scan the QR code. Just go to Barnes & Noble or your local bookstore and pick it up.
Get it for all the dads and all of the kids.
And we got to thank our affiliate down there.
WIS.
WIS, yeah.
Your friends at WIS in Columbia, South
they
Carolina,
shot
for
that.
their help.
Thank
They
you.
surprised
Oh
that little
my goodness.
performance.
All right.
We'll be back right after this.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In my community, we're taught to survive. You know, I spent a whole lifetime saying, why me, why me? And then it all hit. This is why, because I was going to be used like to build a platform so people can get some help. And when you think about here in Chicago, it's such a divide when it comes to having the resources, which is why we took a risk. We'll open up this amazing coffee shop so we can say we're going to step out and we're going to pay for people to get some help, because healing is a marathon.
You know, for a long time, I sort of suffered in silence. This series is trying to shine a light on these topics.
There is no stigma to me. It's mine.
We want to normalize talking about hard stuff so we can be on the road to healing. Fair enough? Fair enough.
Christopher Lamarck cares for his Chicago community as he knows firsthand how it feels to not be cared for.
I was abandoned and abused for a span of 12 years. Essentially, like the first 30 years of my life was super traumatic. And I dealt with a lot of complications, physical, mental, and emotional abuse, high levels of rejection. And so I carried all of that. I spent a lot of years being extremely lonely.
But you made it out.
Yeah, I definitely made it out, and I'm super proud of that. And that's why I say healing is a marathon, man. You can't rush this.
In October 2018, Christopher experienced what he calls a breakdown at a coffee shop.
And I just started crying uncontrollably. I just couldn't stop. And so I went to therapy. After some challenging sessions, my therapist sat up in his seat and he said, it wasn't your fault that you were abused. And for the first time, I heard it because I had been feeling like it was my fault, right? Because that's what happens. It's so much shame that comes with being abused.
As Christopher worked to heal his own trauma, he felt called to help others do the same.
I went home one day and I wrote down 3 words. I wrote down coffee because of the mental and emotional breakdown happened inside of a coffee shop. And then hip hop. Hip hop saved my life from committing suicide. I always had a chance to write. It was my first form of therapy. And mental health, because in my community, we're taught to survive. And we wasn't talking about it, so I wanted to normalize this conversation.
And with that, the nonprofit organization Coffee, Hip Hop, and Mental Health was born.
What's on your menu? You've got some funky coffee names?
Yes, so we got the Beehive, which is a honey lavender latte, paying homage like to Beyonce. And then we have the Diddy, which is a cold brew with a shot of espresso and some buttered pecan.
Yep, so I love it. I love it.
Absolutely, and the Queen Latifah chai. So many things to pay homage to the incredible artists that do this hip hop thing.
Can I get a little side of warm meek milk in my Diddy?
You know what? You absolutely can. Do you want oat or do you want you want almond? Let me know.
I love it, man.
But at this coffee shop, every hip hop inspired drink goes to free therapy sessions for individuals in need.
Knowing, Chris, what you know now, that you had to deal with it. You've been holding all this emotional PTSD baggage since you were a kid, and now you know the importance of dealing with it. How do you help other people in the community deal with their stuff?
Number one, we start like creating safe spaces for people to talk about their stuff without bias, consequences, or judgment. And also they can't afford it. So we said, what we're gonna do is sell coffee, and merchandise, and we're going to see if we can pay for 250 people to go to therapy.
Individuals like Chicago public school teacher Faith Overall.
If I had to pay out of pocket, chances were I was just going to have to skip out on therapy, right? So if we have to choose between what's going to provide a roof over our head and what's going to help us to navigate life, we're kind of conditioned to provide the roof over our heads instead. And so having access to free therapy gave me the opportunity to actually get to what I needed to get to. Being an educator, I think that you can talk to anyone and they have a story about a teacher that harmed them. And chances are that's because that teacher themselves was unhealed. So if I heal myself, I have the opportunity to heal my students.
Why do you think it's so difficult to break the stigma of normalizing therapy and communicating and talking about your issues in certain areas? Why is it so hard?
So when we think about going to therapy, it's almost like an uncomfortable thing. Why are you going to therapy? What's wrong with you? Because we share that language, that misinformation, not having a proper understanding, people are afraid to be ultimately vulnerable. I want to tell people that it's probably one of the most beautiful things you can do for yourself, and it's actually very strong to be vulnerable, to own your emotions.
And with Christopher's help, this community is starting to do just that.
And what's been the reaction from the people, from a couple hundred people that have gotten free therapy that never had it? What are they saying to you, when they walk in the coffee shop?
Thank you. Thank you for this. Man, this is amazing. I wish I had this. People don't come in just for a cup of coffee. They come in because of the therapeutic transaction. The space is filled with tranquility and peace and love. People want to be seen. And we tell our staff, make sure you love on them. And that's the issue. A lot of people are not seen. And we give them opportunity for a single moment to be heard and to be seen. I tell people all the time, healing is the new cool. That is the new cool. And we just have to keep saying that over and over again, and that's how you re-change the narrative.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to today's check-in. We have a special guest today. I'm speaking with Iyanla Vanzant. She is the host of the news show on the OWN network. And you know what? There isn't a better time for the title of this show. It's called Fear Not with Iyanla Vanzant. Thank you so much for taking some time to talk with our viewers today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. It's my honor.
I had a whole list of questions that I was going to ask you about COVID-19 and the trauma that it's causing so many people and communities around our country. And now this, not that we haven't been dealing with racism, but now it's in our faces. So I guess my question is, how do we take this all in? How do we begin to process what's happening?
I'll start here. Hashtag enough. Hashtag no more. Okay? So that we understand that, you know, we keep trying to find nice names for it, but this is really a revolt against the systemic inertia and denial of the racial imbalance, disparity, and systemic racism that exists in the society. Now, here's how it was triggered. You know, the COVID, which stimulated the three basic fears of all human beings: fear of nature and what it can do, fear of the unknown and fear of death, and fear of other people. COVID stimulated all of that. And then in the midst of that, we have a 40-something-year-old African-American man being held down, crying for his mother. How do you process that? All of our fears are triggered, and then we have this trauma. So the bottom line, beloved, is everything must change.
I heard your conversation when you were talking with Oprah about the trauma of COVID-19, and you've been talking with families for decades, right? Here's my question. As we try to figure out how to move forward, what we're going to do, how do you find peace in the midst of a storm to begin to process how to move forward?
Well, it's not time to move. COVID stopped us in our tracks so that we could pick up the rug and go through and clear out everything that we had been denying, resisting, avoiding. But instead of doing that, go home. Home is where the heart is. Instead of getting into our hearts, we were freaking out about when we're gonna get out. COVID said, stop, be still, go in. And we missed the message. So now here we are. Now we have to stop. We have to stop. Hashtag enough, hashtag no more, individually and collectively. Pick up your rug and see what you've been resisting, avoiding, denying. Get into your heart and clean up. Because the only way we're going to change what's going on in the world is if we each come to the table, A, as healthy as possible, and B, with a different perspective.
Where do you find your peace in the midst of a stormy situation?
In my backyard, in the sun, in my prayer, in my meditation, and in the constant self-reflection, self-correction, examination of my own heart. Every day, it's a practice.
This interview will reach a lot of people. And so does someone who is sitting here watching this, whether it's on their phone, whether it's on a screen, whatever it is, and they're feeling isolated and down, how do you take the first step in the process of clearing the junk?
Well, you know, every morning or every other morning, I've been going on Facebook, working with people to tell them awareness comes through feeling. Get in touch with your feelings. Because when we look at the George Floyd situation, it's happened so many times that we march for 2 months, then we go back to watching Wheel of Fortune till we're desensitized to it. So we don't even allow ourselves to feel. I've been working with the everyday people who see this on the news every day and have become totally desensitized. So what I would say to your viewers is get in touch with your feelings.
You know, you have something that happened in Minneapolis and they are protesting in Seattle. I mean, I don't know because I don't have a crystal ball, but I want to hope that it's different.
Well, again, it's no mistake that it happened in the midst of the pandemic, in the midst of the quarantine beginning to be lifted. I say this entire universe owes George Floyd a debt of gratitude, a prayer of gratitude, that he sacrificed himself to wake us the hell up, okay? Because right here, we didn't see it with Trayvon because we could be in denial. We didn't see it with Philanda. We didn't see it with Breonna. We didn't see it 2 weeks ago with Ahmaud Arbery because they hid it from us. So the universe said, wait a minute, hold up, I got something for you. Okay, now what you gonna do this time? How are you gonna handle it this time?
Before I let you go, I'm looking over because we're all home, and I'm looking at my husband. So I'm 42 years old. I met him when he was 17. And we were in college. And his first gift to me, I remember, so it was in 1997 or 1998, was your book,
Wow.
And I think it was Acts of Faith. And as I was logging onto this Zoom call, with the meeting ID, I thought, Lord, this woman has been giving us messages and seeds of hope and how to have acts of faith for decades.
But you know what? It's out there. The seeds are planted and now they're starting to sprout. So I want to thank him. He must be conscious if he gave you a copy of Acts of Faith.
In college, who does that? Who does that? So we end our conversations by asking every person their takeaway from this time. What is yours?
That there's really no distinction for me between COVID pandemic and the systemic racism pandemic. It's just that they showed up differently. People have been walking around symptomatic of racism for years and years and years, spreading it, not knowing it. And just like we did with the coronavirus. So the two things are the same. It's just that one is at a national level, where individuals have to look at and protect themselves, and one is at a individual level. That's the pandemic of racism has to be dealt with, both from the perspective of those who are spreading it, those who are catching it.
God bless you. Thank you for being you.
Wow.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism, it refers false narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's bigger than just getting out there and linking up and running.
32-year-old Lance Woods, a project manager for a local nonprofit, and 30-year-old consultant Joe Robinson are both enthusiastic runners from Detroit, introduced 2 years ago.
One friend saw that we were both participating in the Miami Marathon, and then they put us together.
Motivated by a love for their hometown, the Fast Friends created a running club in May of 2019, proudly boasting their area code called We Run 313.
We run Detroit! We run 313!
In our very first run, we had over 100 people show up.
And they've kept it going with an average 200 plus runners at weekly events, including their popular 2 Mile Tuesdays.
Joe, your slogan is connect, run, build. What does that mean?
What it means is short for our mission, connecting like-minded individuals through running to build a happier, healthier community. We want to bring people together who want change.
Change to them means seeing more runners who look like themselves at races.
Let's say if it's 20,000 people, you might come across a sprinkle of black people in those races. And in a city like Detroit, that's 85% black. We don't see black people running. We have the power to change that.
But the pair's primary goal? Helping residents reap benefits like lowering risk of heart disease and diabetes and improved mental health.
How has this shaped you physically and mentally?
Running has been the most transformative process. I mean, whether it was mild depression or anxiety, running has just helped me deal with those things in a different way. And I feel stronger than ever. I feel smarter than ever, obviously faster than ever. And I just feel like I'm who I'm supposed to be.
Is this for people who are all ages, all running levels?
And yes, it is for runners of all levels. We have people from 6 all the way up into 65, all paces, all sizes, all races. And the impact that we got from We Run 313, it surprises us to this day.
All the way through. Good job.
We're seeing lifelong friendships being formed. We're seeing people start businesses. We're seeing people not only start businesses, but meet their clients at our runs. We're seeing relationships. Hopefully we'll get a marriage out of the Run Club soon.
People come to us and tell us personal stories about how it's changed them from the inside out. The greatest thing is that you're not doing it alone. The beautiful thing about it is that you have a whole community of support. We're encouraging one another. If you're falling behind, we got pace leaders that's going to say, come on, you got this.
Good job. All the way through.
How did the pandemic impact your mission?
When everything shut down, Joe and I, we was encouraging people, hey, this is a great time for you to take your health serious, get out there and get outdoors and run. We started a Run Solo campaign. With COVID-19, it made us look at things from more of a macro level rather than just micro in the city of Detroit. And we started to engage people nationally.
Today, Lance and Joe are committed to going the distance for those ready to follow their lead.
If somebody told you that this was what you would be looking at 2 years ago, what would you have thought?
It would have been very difficult to believe. But now I know. Running has led me to believe anything is possible, especially when it's in the name of progress, when it's in the name of positivity, and when it's in the name of change.
We run 313. Everybody hands in.
That's awesome.
Yeah, what's really cool is they're going to use We Run 313 as a form of activism. Last year, they ran to honor Ahmaud Arbery, the unarmed black man who was killed while jogging in Georgia. They've also partnered with a local retailer to provide more than $10,000 worth of running shoes to their community. And they're going to be working with the Detroit Pistons on a 2-week fitness challenge. So they're expanding and really bringing the mission forward.
And the mission, and just so good for people's bodies and minds
mental
and
health.
Yes, everything.
Running clubs always look like there's so much, like people are so happy to be in them.
Yeah.
When you see
Thanks for joining me at Today All Day. I love sharing Cooking with Cal videos with you, but I've also gotten the chance to interview so many fantastic people across our country wanting to make a difference in one person's life or change the world for the better. Here are a few of my favorites. Enjoy.
Welcome back. This week we are launching a series called Collectors about people who find unique or extraordinary things. And we're starting with one that is guaranteed to make you feel like a kid again. I always feel like a kid, to be honest with you.
But I loved this one so much. A couple weeks ago, I got the chance to wander around a treasure trove of childhood memories tucked away in Cheshire, Connecticut. Take a look.
This really isn't about trying to make money. It's really to bring joy and happiness to people. And that is worth everything.
One step into the Barker Character Comic and Cartoon Museum, and you're transported in time. The converted barn houses memorabilia for kids of all ages.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
Jerry Barker is the museum's owner.
My parents, Lori and Herb Barker, they started collecting toys in the 1950s, 1960s.
How were they collecting all of these toys?
Whenever we went on a family trip, as kids, and going back in the day, we would drive in the car. My parents would stop at every tag sale out of the way, buy all the stuff that you could possibly imagine, pile it on our laps. That's how we would travel.
What started as a hobby is now a collection of more than 80,000 antique toys and childhood artifacts, one of the largest in the United States. Jerry and one of the museum's docents, Karen St. Clair, took me on a private tour.
I'm looking around here and just, there's so many toys I didn't know existed.
This is actually one of the first ones.
The
oldest one, actually.
Oh my goodness. And how old are we talking here?
From 1873.
Oh my goodness.
It actually is a ramp walker, and you put it on an incline, and it actually walks by itself.
Wow. So like the original Slinky?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
So what else do we have here?
One of the great things in here is the tube of toothpaste, which was a milk of magnesia flavored.
Oh my goodness.
And unfortunately, it's in a lead casing, so it wasn't very safe back in the day, but it's a very cool piece to have.
Well, I found Waldo. There's even more upstairs. You know, most people come here looking for a certain toy, but then you find so many others that you totally forgot about until you actually see them.
Definitely. That's why you have to come more than once. You can't just do it all in one day. We have some guests that come in and they're here for 15 minutes and like, oh, they'll be back.
Yeah.
After the tour, I walked around on my own and ran into someone I hadn't seen in a long time.
Masters of the Universe, He-Man. Where's She-Ra in here? Where's she? Oh my gosh! That's the actual toy that I had with her little jewel in the middle.
For Jerry, every corner of the museum holds memories of his parents.
One day, when my father was here, when he was alive, I was in his office, and he had a mask. These were plastic masks they would wear at Halloween, and my father just spent $500 for a Freddy Krueger mask. My son, Max, 6 years old, comes in to see his grandfather, and he sees this mask, and he goes, "Grandpa, could I wear that on Halloween?" And my father turned to Max and said, "Max, I bought it just for you."
Did he wear the mask all night?
Of course he did. And my father called me and said, "Jerry, could you bring it back the next day?"
So what does it mean to you to be able to continue this dream that your parents had?
They have a passion, they have a joie de vivre about these toys and the collection. They think everybody should share that same passion and that it's exciting to everybody. And you know what? They're pretty smart because most people have a wonderful childhood, and these toys bring them back to that good time of their lives.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time now for another edition of Cooking with Cal, and my little chef and I are making a cherished family recipe straight from Sicily with help from another special guest. It's a special edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Meatballs.
Meatballs. And so we have enlisted the help of my mother-in-law, your Nana, right? And where did this recipe come from?
Well, this was Brian's great-grandmother's recipe. She brought it over from Sicily with her.
So Brian's great-nana means this is your great-great-nana's recipe. So we've got ground veal, ground beef, and ground pork. The secret, I think, is the eggs, right?
That's at the end. After everything's done, then you put the beaten eggs on top of it, and it keeps it all together.
So, where do we start? What do we do?
Okay, so we're gonna season the meat because it's very blah without it. So lots of salt, lots of pepper.
You wanna do salt or pepper?
Lots of pepper,
You wanna do salt? Okay.
I'm gonna make this so salty. And you're gonna do garlic powder and onion powder.
Okay. That seems like a lot. So now we put breadcrumbs in a bowl
and then just add milk. Yep.
Calvin, I have something special for you. Onion goggles. Maybe you won't cry this time.
Put your hand on the top.
parsley? Wobble, 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 wobble.
Wobble, 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 wobble.
All right, so parsley.
No, the onion.
No, it's fine. It won't hurt you anymore. We're done cutting.
Now we're going to add the breadcrumbs that have been soaking in the milk.
You are not helping.
This is so yucky. What's that, the cheese?
Oh, we did forget the cheese. All right, sprinkle that in. Oh, my hands were clean. We gotta do this again?
No.
All right, I guess I'll do it. Okay, so now eggs.
Eggs, we beat the eggs in a bowl. We use a lot of eggs because that's what gives it the fluffiness and the...
Okay.
It keeps it together.
Okay. Yes! Yes! 4. You did 5 eggs with no shells! Good job! Yeah, good job. Sure you want to get your hand in there, Cal?
So you're just gonna oil your pan, put the meatballs in, and bake them in the oven at 375.
I'm not doing all this by myself. This isn't cooking with Mommy. This is cooking with Cal.
Come back up.
What do you think, Cal? So good. All right, for these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
I love it. And as you can see from our happy plates,
we've just been snacking and watching. It's good if you make the whole big batch. It sounds like a big recipe, but then you freeze them, you serve them to the whole family.
They're so good. And they're so easy
I'm
to
so
eat.
glad you like them. It is time for another edition of Cooking with Cal, and this time my little chef and I are making my grandmother's tried and true potato salad. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Potato salad.
Potato salad. So this potato salad was my grandmother's potato salad recipe. It's very, very basic. There's nothing fancy in it. It's literally just potatoes, eggs, scallions, some celery, and some mayonnaise. But we top it off with this. Do you know what this is?
What?
This is called paprika. Everybody has their own technique for hard boiling eggs. Here's how we do it. So let's gently put these in the pot. 5. Let's hard boil 5 eggs, okay? So we've got the eggs in the pot. We're gonna fill this up with water, okay?
Hello.
We're gonna put them on the stove, bring it to a boil, and as soon as it boils, we're gonna cover it and then turn off the heat and let it sit for 20 minutes. Okay, so while the eggs are cooking, let's cut up our potatoes. All right, let's throw these in the pot. Yes. Add some cold water and then some salt. Okay, we're gonna turn this off. We're gonna cover it, and we're gonna wait 20 minutes. That's the worst thing you heard all day, huh? While we're waiting for the eggs and potatoes, I'm gonna chop some scallions.
Hey, mister.
You want me to chop and you eat your apple?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. How's your apple? He's got a nice little crunch to the potato salad. All right, it's been 20 minutes. Should we get the eggs? All right, I'm gonna rinse them under some cold water.
You want me?
So. Yeah. Whoa, good job.
Any of those?
No. What's missing from our potato salad?
Potatoes.
All right, these are Piping hot, okay?
Can I cut them?
Because potatoes are dry and don't have a lot of flavor, we're gonna add a lot of salt, a lot of pepper, and we're gonna add a lot of mayonnaise. Now this is controversial because some people don't think you should add cold mayonnaise to a hot dish. But I find that the warm potatoes absorb all of the yummy mayonnaise as opposed to getting all dried out. So I'm not going to wait for them to cool, I'm just going to add it all now while it's still warm. And then I'm gonna put it all in the fridge. 1, 2, 3, 2. This is the sprinkle that my mom always used to do.
And kaboom, I put it in my mouth.
You love it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/bye-bye. So
He had to run off after eating the hot mayo.
yeah, he always does. So you don't like hot mayo, you don't like celery, so this is not the recipe for you.
No.
And you like a
I like
mustardy-based
mustard-based.
potato salad.
Well, yours look great, Dylan. Look, you look great.
fantastic.
Look
I
awesome.
don't like relish or mustard. I like a very basic potato salad. So it's old-fashioned and it's...
I like Cal, so whatever
Yeah,
he
Cal's
makes.
the man.
Cal likes it, so win for me.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Teachers play such a crucial role in the lives of children each and every day.
They sure do. So we wanted to honor some of these special educators with our series, Thank a Teacher.
Our girl Dylan Dreyer headed back to her elementary school in Freehold, New Jersey to do just that. Were you dying?
I was dying. This was the experience of a lifetime. You know, the chance to celebrate one special teacher who helped shape me into the person I am today. Her name is Miss Maroney. And spoiler alert, she is still as amazing as I remember 30 years later. I think I am actually sitting in the same exact spot I sat in when I was here in second grade. This is as perfect and nostalgic as I wanted it to be. It smells like it did when I was here. It looks the same. It feels the same. Miss Maroney and second grade here shaped who I am. She was always kind. She was warm. She was just a woman that I looked up to. And I didn't know it at the time, but that was helping to build my foundation. And she was a part of who I would become.
I was a teacher here at St. Rosa Lima for 19 years. I knew then the first day I stepped into a classroom that I was meant to be there, I was a teacher. I enjoyed being with the kids every day. You know, every day was new, and seeing life through their eyes is magical.
I had a weird obsession with Miss Maroney. You know, she was just everything. She was beautiful, she smelled lovely, and I loved being around her.
She had this big smile. Her eyes would just twinkle and sparkle and light up.
I just want her to know how special she is. Oh my goodness! Hi! It is so nice to see you.
It's wonderful to see you.
Oh my goodness. How are you?
Good, how about you?
Oh, you're just as beautiful as I remember.
So are you.
It's been, what, 30 years?
It's 30 years.
Yeah. Do you remember me?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, when someone asks who is your favorite teacher, it was just always hands down Miss Maroney, Miss Maroney, Miss Maroney. You just had such, I'm not even a crier, but you had such an important, you played such an important role in my life, and I don't think you really ever noticed that. Just your warmth, your kindness. It's just so special to see you now at this point in my life. And just to say thank you. Thank you for just being that role model in my life. It really meant so much to me.
Thank you for being in my class.
I gave you a recorded copy of me reading Winnie the Pooh. Do you remember that at all?
Now that you say that, I do, yes.
I always wanted to impress you, and I was proud of myself, so I thought putting that on cassette tape would show you how smart I was.
And how creative you were. My memories of you were that you were very bright, you were very diligent, and very kind and loving. Your eyes are sparkling. That's what I remember, and that smile.
I'm surprised you saw my eyes back then with the size of my giant glasses. You didn't probably go into school every day saying, I'm going to make a mark on someone, but you did it naturally.
You don't know if you're touching someone in some way, but you're hoping that you are doing so and believing that you can make a difference.
We have one more surprise for you, which I think is really special. So Clorox has found out the legacy that you've had, and they want to donate $5,000 in your name to St. Rose of Lima.
Really?
Really. Brought to you by the cutest kids we could find. Welcome back. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It was so nice to see you again. I love
I can't handle that. And you are not a crier.
I'm not a crier. So, and that just got me. It just hit me in a place that I wasn't expecting. So last week, Miss Maroney, she actually found one of the stories that I wrote her in a box in her attic. So I mean, I was obsessed with her. I would just write her stories and love notes. And there's proof of that.
I love it. So sweet. Beautiful, Dylan. Thank you.
Our friend Dylan Dreyer recently landed.
Oh, get me out of here!
Knew it. We knew she was there.
Look how cute you are.
You're
adorable. It kept trying to bribe me with Calvin. I was like, I heard you. You guys are so hard to surprise. I'm wearing a lot more clothes than I thought when I would pop out of a cake.
I'm kind of disappointed. But anyway, go ahead, tell us what you did.
Anyway, got a little carried away with the whole cake thing. But I recently went down to the Sunshine State to the cake fair, and they had layer and layer of delicious eye candy. It's wood.
2, 1, let's go!
Cake lovers from around the world convened in Orlando, Florida for the second ever America's Cake Fair.
You can just smell the sugar in the air. There are so many sweet treats. These are cake creations like you've never seen before.
The centerpiece of the weekend's events, the Global Cake Challenge. At 8 a.m. sharp, 10 skilled teams of 2, each from a different country, had only 7 hours to construct an over-the-top cake creation that best represented their home country.
This is Larry the leprechaun.
At stake, a cash prize of $10,000 and, of course, bragging rights.
We came all the way from Ireland to win. They'll send us back if we don't win. That's the problem.
We have a child representing our country. She's going to be holding a pumpkin pie.
As the competitors piped, iced, and frosted their cakes, Team USA let me in on the action.
I am here to help in any way I can. What can I do?
Well, you can make us some pumpkins.
Okay, I don't know
how.
how.
Okay, I'll show you real quick.
All right, we're getting to the end of this competition. You can feel the tension.
We're rushing.
We're not going to have time to do anything else.
I need to start assembling.
Finally, time was up.
Blow the horn.
Blow it?
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
But who was the cream of the crop?
So beautiful.
Unfortunately, Team USA's cake didn't hold up to the competition.
So this is my team, Team USA. What happened?
She was very heavy, and our structure, unfortunately, did not support her weight. So she ended up cracking in half very early on.
Oh, she's so darn cute.
While the judges tabulated their scores, I met with renowned pastry chef and author of Have Your Cake and Eat It. Mish Turner says she's created cakes for the likes of Madonna, Pierce Brosnan, and the Queen herself.
It was her diamond wedding anniversary cake, so it had tiers of hand piping work on. I was working on that for the best part of sort of 10 days.
Mish offered me a taste of her Skinnylicious vanilla cake, which is fat-free and dairy-free.
This just has such a good flavor.
Because those fresh fruits are moister than a jam, they've literally soaked into the sponge.
I'm gonna have an extra bite for you ladies, because it's totally fat-free.
Another sweet spot of the cake fair, the Sugar Art Fashion Show, where 14 models strutted the runway with their all-edible ensembles. Backstage, I met with the Mexican sugar artists.
This is beautiful!
Who created an edible version of Frida.
This is the typical rebozo, which is like a shawl.
No way! So this is like a giant fruit by the foot.
And finally, the results were tallied for the Global Cake Challenge, and one team would taste the sweet smell of victory.
Ireland.
We won! Because we are first place champions.
How does that feel?
It's amazing.
Awesome.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey guys, welcome to my kitchen. I'm Dylan, otherwise known as Cal's mom, and if you've been following me at all, you know Calvin likes to eat. He usually likes to cook in the kitchen with me too, but he is on a play date. I'm going to get dinner on the table so that it's ready to go when he gets home. And tonight's meal is baked chicken thighs with salt and pepper. It's a box of wild rice, it's a can of cranberry sauce, and I dress it up with some buttered carrots. This is as simple as it gets. First step, we're gonna start with the chicken because it takes about an hour to cook. This is literally something my mom made every week. That's why I give it to Calvin, because I hope he has those same memories with it. So these are just bone-in, skin-on chicken thighs. Guys, this is where it gets very complicated. Salt. Sprinkle salt on the chicken. It's one thing with Calvin I've never done is shy away from spices. I've always used salt, I've always used pepper. I think it makes food taste better. Sometimes I'll put too much pepper on it and Calvin will try to wipe his tongue off with a paper towel and say it's too spicy, it's too hot. Then I'm like, well, eat another bite of chicken that doesn't have pepper and it helps to cool your mouth down. So I really just cook this how I would cook it for myself. And if he likes it, great. If not, we'll try again next time. I put it on a rack because my mom did, but I kind of just
allows all the fat to drip down into the pan and the chicken can really crisp up. I don't really set it for a timer. It probably takes about 45 minutes to an hour, but you just want that nice crisp skin because that's the good stuff. It's the shell, as Calvin calls it. Next step is the rice. I like wild rice. You can use regular rice. You can use brown rice. You can use orzo, whatever you want. I've just always had it with wild rice, so that's what I'm gonna make it with. I also just followed the directions on the package, so. Carrots. This is always a sure win with Calvin. I know he'll eat vegetables if I serve him carrots. Have you ever seen one of these? It just makes life so easy. Look at that. This is why I let Calvin use this, because if his fingers are up here, he's not by the blade. So as long as it's something big enough that he can peel, I'm a big fan of letting him try things. These are huge carrots. This part's totally up to you. If you want to slice it into medallions, great. If you want to slice it into long strips, great. Once they're in the pot, you just want to add a splash or two of water just so there's enough in there for the carrots to steam. You're just trying to cook the carrots through, and then later we'll saute them with some butter, salt, and pepper and make a nice little side dish. Really good. This is the good stuff. Cranberry sauce used to be my secret weapon because Calvin used to love cranberry sauce. So I'd put a slice on his plate, and then he wouldn't eat any more of his dinner. He'd want more cranberry sauce. Well, eat some carrots, eat some rice, eat some chicken, and you can have some more cranberry sauce. He doesn't like cranberry sauce anymore. But fortunately, he likes the skin on the chicken so much that that's my new bargaining tool. This was my plate when I was a baby, and I started using this plate just so Calvin can have the same looking plate as me. Cooking for a kid has been a fun challenge because I don't want to be having 5 different meals to keep everybody in the family happy. But I always put something on the plate that I know everyone likes, and then maybe I'll throw something on the plate that isn't a favorite, but if you eat a couple of them, you're good to go. Hey, bud. You ready to eat?
What's a shell? Shell.
The skin.
I have to finish my carrots.
You have to finish your carrots? Yeah. What's next?
Hi, everybody. It is so great to have you with us on Today All Day. Welcome to our show. This is Pop Start Plus, where you're going to find entertainment headlines and celebrity interviews. We're going to cover music, movies, TV, and a whole lot more. Coming up, Hoda caught up with the one and only Olivia Newton-John as she celebrates her 40th anniversary of that iconic hit, Physical. We're also going to check in with Leah Remini on what she can't stop watching these days. But first, let's get to Pop Start and what we had to say on Today about the biggest celebrity news. All right, guys, up on Pop Start first, we'll start with Nicole Kidman. The Oscar-winning actress has transformed into Lucille Ball in the first teaser we're getting for the upcoming biopic, Being the Ricardos. The preview shows Kidman stepping into the shoes and on the grapes of the beloved TV icon. It also gives fans a peek at Javier Bardem taking on the role of Desi Arnaz. Here is a look.
Roll sound. Let's do our show.
I get paid a fortune to do exactly what I love doing.
They got their money's worth.
Pictures up! I work side by side with my husband, who is genuinely impressed by me. And all I have to do to keep it is kill for 36 weeks in a row.
All right, let's go.
And then do it again the next year. You know, I did this show so Desi and I could be together.
Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the show.
And action. I had no idea it was going to be a hit.
Wow. You see what happened there? You see what you all just did? What'd you say?
We didn't
It was like, where is she?
Where's
We're all like,
her voice?
Nicole Kidman. That's the thing.
That's
People are
the
like,
tease.
That's the teaser. But why not show her?
Because
that was her in the moment in the grapes. But
And J.K. Simmons as
Yes.
Fred Mertz.
Oh, is that who's playing Fred
That's
Mertz?
J.K. Simmons.
Oh, Fred Mertz?
That's right.
Aaron
here for
Sorkin,
it.
writer, director of it. But people are wondering, like,
I'm
where,
in.
they want to see her.
I'm in.
Brilliant.
I'm in.
Being the Ricardos is set to hit theaters on December 10th and will be streaming on Amazon Prime Video later that month. Next up, Beyonce and Jay-Z. The couple's been featured in the latest campaigns for Tiffany & Company. Beyonce recently becoming only the 4th person to ever wear the jeweler's famous yellow diamond. And in a new spot, for the brand. Bay&J recreate another iconic moment from Audrey Hepburn from the classic Breakfast at Tiffany's with a little help from Blue Ivy. Take a look.
Monty, can you pull over, please? This is so sweet.
Shall we have pizza?
I think we need pizza.
The Tiffany & Company short film, it's called Date Night, channeling Holly Golightly's iconic New York City backseat moments from the 1961 film. And in case you were wondering about the jewelry, Beyonce rocking a 10-carat diamond ring and a 6-carat diamond pair of earrings. Why not? Next up, Ariana Grande, our coach of The Voice, is a woman of many talents, not the least of which is her ability to nail a good impression. Every time she does it on the set, we're all on the floor laughing. Last night's episode of the show proved that she could do that even with her own advisor, Kristen Chenoweth. Watch this.
I was just watching you on TikTok a couple of days ago.
Was I doing something inappropriate?
You were going into the 7-Eleven.
Oh, I know my Slurpee.
Yes.
I love the video. I think I know it by heart. I know you do. It's like, it's National Slurpee Day. Yes. I'm very excited. It's my favorite day of the year. That was dead okay. It's 7-Eleven Day. It's the one day of the year that I look forward to the most besides Christmas.
I'm telling you, she nails
Who else?
everybody.
She does?
Like, she does everybody.
That
She's
seems
hilarious.
really funny.
Jennifer Lawrence is incredible.
She seems like legit
No,
funny.
she's legit entertaining. Like,
Yeah.
we all just sit there and watch his impressions.
Wow.
It's amazing. And since this is Popstar Plus, let's get you the plus. A few more headlines. Starting with Gwyneth Paltrow, the actress and Goop founder, recently stopped by the Ellen DeGeneres show to play a game of Gwyneth blanking Paltrow, where she had to answer a series of questions by filling in the blank. Gwyneth shocking Ellen with what she says was her greatest adventure.
Blank is the most adventurous thing I've ever done.
I once survived on a desert island by myself for 3 days.
Someone dropped you off and you did that to prove that you could do it?
Yes.
What did you eat at night and how did you sleep?
There were coconuts, and that's really it.
Wow, 3 days of eating and surviving on coconuts. Gwyneth would kill it on Celebrity Survivor. By the way, Savannah is sitting down with Gwyneth tomorrow on Today. Join us for that. Next up, Willow Smith and Avril Lavigne, the two, recently teamed up on the song Grow off Willow's latest album, Lately I Feel Everything. And now in the new music video, Lavigne bringing back her iconic 2000s grunge look in full force. Blink-182 drummer and new fiancé to Kourtney Kardashian, Travis Barker, is featured as the drummer on that track in Willow's album, Lately I Feel Everything, is out now. And finally, big news for anybody who's been holding on to an old record player. Vinyl is back in. Billboard reporting that for the first time since 1986, U.S. record sales, could reach $1 billion this year. Female pop singers leading the way of the throwback format. Taylor Swift's Evermore hitting 100,000 records sold, not far behind that. Vinyls for Billie Eilish and Olivia Rodrigo's most recent album selling upwards of 70,000 copies each. According to MRC data, since the pandemic began, vinyl sales have skyrocketed. We're talking 46% in 2020 and another 81% already this year. Something else to note, most of these vinyl sales are coming months after the original releases of the albums on streaming, which does beg the question, does music sound better on vinyl? We don't have time to get into that debate. Well, there you have it. After the break, we're going to hear from Olivia Newton-John as her biggest hit turns 40.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And you're back with us here. Thank you very much on Pop Start Plus. So Hoda had a chance to sit down with legendary singer and actress Olivia Newton-John, who of course starred as Sandy in Grease. And it was an inspiring chat about Olivia's health, her career, and this year's 40th anniversary of her mega hit Physical.
Olivia Newton-John has dominated the airwaves and our hearts for more than 4 decades, and she's been a friend of Today for just as long. Your first interview on the Today Show was 1977 with Jane Pauley.
Really? Are you a better singer than you are an actress?
I'm sure. That's yet to be proved. You have to go and see it and tell me.
You know what I see when I look in your eyes? I see the optimism that I saw when Jane Pauley interviewed you.
Oh, you're so sweetheart.
Is that just part of what's inside?
I think it's been my blessing in life to have that in my personality, or I don't know how I would have done otherwise.
That optimism has been tested throughout her life. In 1992, Olivia was diagnosed with breast cancer, a journey I know about firsthand. A long time ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, and I was incredibly healthy. And I remember them finding a lump, and I said, "Oh, you must be mistaken." And I remembered realizing in that moment, I'm an optimist too. I didn't want to know about any of the testing. I didn't want to get into the weeds. Being naive sometimes is a blessing.
I agree with you, and I'm really sorry you went through that. I didn't know that about you. So are you well now? Are you feeling good?
Yes, I am feeling good. By the way, I'm just going to pause for a second. Oh, another wonderful thing about you is what you just did there. Thank you.
Oh, of course.
Thank you for asking.
We're sisters. You know, anyone that has gone on this journey with cancer, it's unknown destinations and surprises and turns.
Olivia's journey has many turns. After tumor recurrences, she now calls herself a thriver as she lives with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer nearly 30 years after her first diagnosis. How do you feel?
Right now, I'm feeling pretty good. I have my days and I have my pains, but the cannabis that my husband grows for me has been such a huge part of my healing, and so I'm a very lucky person.
After Olivia shot to fame in 1978 for her role as Sandy in Grease, she embarked on a wildly successful career in films like Xanadu and music, selling more than 100 million albums. But to this day, one of her biggest hits of all time remains the famed 1980s anthem, Physical. Let's get physical, physical. The idea that it has been 40 years since the song Physical came out, did that freak you out?
It does. It's like amazing. How is this possible that I'm still talking about a song that I recorded 40 years ago and people still like it?
The song was a major departure from her good girl image. The lyrics raised eyebrows.
There's nothing left to talk about, lessons horizontally.
Physical was banned by many radio stations and even the entire country of South Africa.
Today, the lyrics are like a lullaby, don't you reckon? But I mean, in those days.
Oh, honey, I got some lyrics for you that are on Top 40 right now.
And I remember listening to it and think, that's a really great song, and didn't really tune into what it was about. And then when I recorded it, I started to panic a little bit. And I called my manager. I said, I think I've gone too far with this song. It's just too much. He said, well, it's too late, love. It's taken off everywhere. Very often the things that you're most afraid of are the things you really need to just go for it, you know? Because it was one of my most successful records, and I never would have dreamt that could have happened.
Her solution to tone down the racy tune, the now iconic music video that caused a sensation.
So we need to create something funny, and it needs to be about exercise, because it's about exercise. They're not going to have any other thoughts.
Since then, her music and the pace of her life have slowed down. One thing that's remained constant, her passion for singing.
For me, singing is it's my soul. And I don't miss the touring, but I do love to sing and I like to write songs. And so I don't know yet what I'm going to do, but at the moment I'm just enjoying being, because we are human beings.
Well, that was great. That was a great interview. Olivia Newton-John looks amazing. Glad she's doing well. Coming up on Popstar Plus, Leah Remini. She hung out with us for our What I Watch series, and wait until you hear which reality show she cannot get enough of.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. It's Popstar Plus, and we absolutely loved learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it might surprise you. Here's today's What I Watch.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool, it isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, well, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
It's America's favorite crossword game, People Puzzler. And here's your host, Leah Remini.
Welcome, everyone. I grew up on game shows, so I loved game shows. I used to love watching, like The Gong Show and Match Game and The Newlywed Game. And I loved people's reactions. I loved their interaction with the hosts and each other. And I feel a connection to people.
Pretty Marcellus.
You better watch yourself, Lee. Stop playing, girl.
I will try. I will try. Where do you want to go, babe?
When they come on the show, and I try to be a good host. I bust their chops a lot off camera to get them, comfortable with being on television as well, meeting me. It's not, I'm like, why are you so nervous? They're like, I was a big fan of you, and I'm like, oh, right. Like, I don't even think about it.
I'm not as uncool as I thought. Right. Okay. Well, I don't know about that. Let's just
People just want to laugh. They just want to have a good time. And, if the hour that they're there, they're laughing. I mean, I'm laughing, and I go home happy.
I'm sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot, and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like, I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. My outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks, and everything was color coordinated. So the idea of what somebody from New York is was so off, and I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh my God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, "Kay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter." Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch it. She just started me on a show called The Great, but my daughter has great taste in movies and television, so I do listen to her. The shows that I'm watching right now is, I'm watching Hacks, which I love, want to be part of. I watched Fleabag, couldn't get enough of that. And then my sister has me watching Physical, but I'm really mourning the Game of Thrones, and we actually have it on my phone, the opening, because I just miss that. I don't know, I just miss the drama of the show, of seeing it every Sunday and the HBO, thing coming on, and then and you're like, what's gonna happen?
We should also mention that Leah Remini hosts People Puzzler on the Game Show Network. Next up, we're wishing a happy birthday to John Krasinski with a little walk down memory lane.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. It is time to go to From the Vault, where we dip into the archives of the Today Show for a favorite moment from the show's history. Now, today is John Krasinski's 42nd birthday, so we thought we'd take a look at this great clip of him in 2006 and Jenna Fischer, a.k.a. Jim and Pam. Office fans, you're welcome. This is for you.
The Emmy Award-winning comedy The Office returns to NBC tonight after a cliffhanger season finale that has viewers asking what will happen now that Jim professed his love to Pam.
I'm in love with you.
What?
I'm really sorry if that's weird for you to hear, but I need you to hear it.
I can't.
Yeah,
You have no idea
don't do that.
what your friendship means to me.
Come on. I don't want to do that.
Listen, Jim.
Oh, my God. Jenna Fischer and John Krasinski. Good morning to the two of you. First of all, congratulations on the Emmy, Best Comedy.
Thank you so much.
Now, you guys were sort of the underdog show, so what was it like that night?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, when we were just talking about this the other day. We went out with like Steve, Rain, John, and I. We went out while we were shooting the pilot, and our attitude was, let's just enjoy making this one episode. And to have us all there at the Emmys, you know, was huge. It was just a dream come true.
When they're opening the envelope, what's going through your head?
It was sort of the longest pause, because I remember Bob Newhart said the winner is, oh wait, the Emmy goes to, and we were like, please just say it. Please just say it.
I just kept listening for the, because I knew we were the show that had the in front of it.
And you won. I want to read you what the Chicago Tribune said, that you, too, should be added to the list of classic TV couples alongside Cheers' Sam and Diane and Moonlighting's David and Maddie.
Wow.
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 So what is going on with the two of you? At the end of the first season, you're kissing each other.
Right.
Well, you kiss her, but you kiss back.
I kissed back.
Yeah. Definitely did.
So what does that mean?
I think it was just sort of the thing I've always loved about the show is how real the writers have kept it, and I think that, you know, my character has been waiting so long to do something that he just felt like he had to make one big desperate push for it, and I think that it was just sort of a huge moment and so real. I think he had to go for it, and I thought it was a perfect way to end the season.
It was actually very touching. What did your friends and family say after that?
Well, they all want to know what's going to happen.
Sure.
So, and I usually say, do you really want me to tell you? And then they say, no, don't tell me. What happens? And I go, do you want me to? I'll tell you. Do you want to know? And then they go, no, but you know, right? It's good. And then they try to, and then what they'll do is they'll say, okay, don't say anything, but do you marry Roy? Oh my God, you do. You smiled. You don't marry him? Do you get with Jim? You do, you get with Jim.
This all happened at a wedding, by the way, which I think is, no, it's true. She was like, I was at this wedding, and I just imagined the bride being like, I do. What happens?
So what does happen?
Great,
just
Well, I'll say that you find out everything in the episode tonight. Like, I think you find out the answers to all the questions you've been wanting to know.
Yeah.
In
So
this
you're not
premiere.
going to stretch it through the entire season, then we will know
We're getting
tonight
one more
whether...
good episode, and then we're out. That's
You're out. You're so over this
We're
show
done.
now, exactly. What's it like working in the office? For the office? What is it like working with those folks?
It's an absolute, and I'm sure it sounds totally cliche, but it's an absolute dream come true. Like Jenna was saying, we kind of all felt like we'd be the luckiest people on earth, and we really fell in love with the show in the first 6 episodes. And it was sort of like a blessing that people weren't really watching in the beginning, because we got to really play with it and enjoy it for ourselves. And so now we're just having a total blast. It's really, really fun.
Everyone's really grateful. Like, there's a lot of gratitude on our set. And we're very close with our crew as well, which as I've kind of gone off now and had the opportunity to do other projects, I realize that's kind of rare. I mean, we're buddies, and I even play poker with some of the guys.
Do you really?
From time to time. Yeah,
That's
I get
a dirty
together.
habit.
Wow, how about that? That's a classic throwback right there. Love The Office. All right, coming up tomorrow on Popstar Plus, everybody, Savannah's going to be chatting with Gwyneth Paltrow. We'll also be hearing from country singer Carly Pearce about her country music pet family. We hope you have a great day, and we'll see you back here tomorrow on Popstar Plus. So long.
Hello. Wow. It's our friends.
I love when they come to visit.
I know, they're watching our favorite streaming channel Today all day. Thank you for doing that.
We're already halfway through the week. You guys are tuned into Today in 30, and we have a packed half hour for you ahead.
All right, let's go. We'll kick things off with everything parents need to know about the latest plan unveiled by the White House to get COVID vaccines in the arms of tens of millions of young children. The Surgeon General joined us to help answer some questions.
And then wait until you see a really inspiring conversation with Olivia Newton-John. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary of her smash hit,
Let's Get Physical. I want to get physical.
All right. Anyway, it catapulted her career.
It's over. Yeah, it's a really good conversation.
Yeah.
Plus, Hoda, question for you.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a bones or a no bones day?
I say bones.
Yeah. Well, if you don't know what we're talking about, we don't even know what we're talking about. But we met internet sensation Noodle the Pug, who let us know his daily prediction dictates the mood of millions. Is it a bones day or a no bones day?
Yeah, a good day or a bad day. So let's do our thing. It's time to press play for Today in 30.
First NBC national correspondent Miguel Almaguer. Miguel, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. The FDA's advisory panel is set to meet next week to discuss the safety and efficacy of a COVID vaccine for children 5 to 11 years old. Then as early as the first week of November, the CDC could give the green light, quickly allowing shots to go into arms, but distribution won't necessarily be easy.
If the FDA and CDC authorize Pfizer's COVID vaccine for children 5 to 11 years old, some 28 million kids nationwide would immediately qualify. But the logistical rollout won't be easy. So this morning, the White House now unveiling its multi-pronged plan to quickly protect one of the most vulnerable populations.
Everybody come back to the rug.
Using trusted sites like schools and community centers, many families will have easy access to the free vaccine. A smaller dose than the one taken by adults and given at most pharmacies, the White House says it'll pre-package easy-to-distribute vials so supply can easily meet sudden demand.
Well, children, certainly less than 18, account for about 20% of the population, so children are important to create herd immunity.
The 2-dose regimen, given 3 weeks apart, could be fast-tracked with the help of over 25,000 doctors' offices, 100-plus hospitals, and tens of thousands of pharmacies nationwide, all standing by at the ready. Targeting rural communities as well as big cities, the White House will need help from local jurisdictions, including an army of vaccinators, and it comes at a critical time.
We know that when the virus first came into the United States, children accounted for less than 3% of cases. Now they account for 27% of cases. We'll have 200,000 cases of disease in children a week, or 250,000 cases a week.
Just as cold weather states brace for a rise in COVID cases because more Americans are gathering and spreading the virus indoors, vaccination mandates still face protest. And now one high-profile reversal, Southwest scrapping its plan to put unvaccinated employees on paid leave as a federal deadline in December looms. Even as the most vulnerable wait to get vaccinated, many are pushing back. Some parents are among the groups saying they won't inoculate. This morning, the push to protect and the fight against it.
To encourage parents of younger children to vaccinate, the White House is pointing out that millions of 12 to 17-year-olds have been fully vaccinated safely. They say those inoculated are 10 times less likely to be hospitalized. Savannah?
All right, Miguel, thank you. And joining us now, the Surgeon General of the United States, Vice Admiral Dr. Vivek Murthy. Dr. Murthy, good morning. It's good to see you.
Well, it's so good to see you too, Savannah.
Well, before we get into the details of this, I have to say I had a little bit of deja vu because we do remember when the White House rolled out a big plan for booster shots for everybody. And then a few weeks later, the FDA and the CDC said not so fast, and it was much more limited. Are you worried about jumping the gun again this time and leading to more confusion?
Well, Savannah, the bottom line is that we have to be prepared to ensure that we can get vaccines to families as soon as the FDA and the CDC issue their decision. And that preparation takes planning, it takes time. And that's why we've been working very hard to do a few things over the last several weeks to months. Number one, make sure we have enough supply for every child in the 5 through 11 range. Number two, make sure we've got tens of thousands of locations where people can get vaccines, from doctors' offices to pharmacies, to schools, to community health centers. But third, and this part is really important, Savannah, we want to make sure that parents have answers to their questions, that they have accurate scientific information that they can use to make their decision. And we know there's a lot of misinformation out there. So we've been working really hard with doctors and nurses and teachers and parents and other community organizations to make sure people can get answers to their questions from sources they trust.
Is there a threshold, a percentage of children vaccinated that is the point where you feel like, okay, now we're starting to break the back of the pandemic? We will be able to reduce the outbreak if we can get to X percentage of children vaccinated?
Well, it's a really good question, Savannah. And one of the things that we've learned is that that magic number is hard to predict, but we do know that every child vaccinated makes a difference. I say this as a dad myself. I've got 2 kids who are under the age of 12, and so they haven't been eligible to get vaccinated yet. So like many parents around the country, I am so excited for the prospect of a vaccine for kids. This will be an important milestone. But every child who's vaccinated means one fewer child who is susceptible to the risks that we see right now, where so many kids have gotten COVID, thousands have been hospitalized. Sadly, we've lost hundreds of children to COVID. So this is not a benign illness. But also, Savannah, let's remember that COVID has also disrupted our kids' lives. It's made school harder. It's disrupted their ability to see friends and family. It's made youth sports more challenging. By getting our kids vaccinated, we have the prospect of protecting them, but also getting all of those activities back that are so important to our children.
A Kaiser Foundation family poll found that just 34% of parents said they'd vaccinate their children right away. Another third said they would wait and see. 24% would definitely not. We've already seen California institute institute a statewide vaccine mandate for K through 12. Do you believe that vaccine mandates for schools will be necessary and appropriate?
Well, Savannah, we have to take those numbers in context. If you actually look at the adult vaccination effort, before a vaccine was authorized for adults, the numbers were not that dissimilar. It was under 40% of adults who said that they were ready and willing to get a vaccine right away. But what happens is that once the FDA reviews the data carefully and opines on it, once people start seeing their friends and family get the vaccine and do well, and once they also have a chance to get accurate information, talk to their doctor, hear from credible sources, then people's confidence builds. And we've seen that certainly with adults, we've seen it with adolescents.
Well,
I anticipate that's exactly
the Biden
what we'll see with
administration,
children as well.
Sorry to jump in there, but ultimately the Biden administration did resort to mandates in some situations. So I just ask if you think that we will need vaccine mandates in schools if people don't voluntarily get there.
Well, it's a good question, Savannah. Those are decisions on when it comes to school requirements that are made by localities and by states. You've seen already some localities and states talk about vaccine requirements for kids. And I think, look, it's a reasonable thing to consider to get those vaccination rates high. And it's also inconsistent, Savannah, with what we've done for other childhood vaccines like measles, mumps, polio. And what these ultimately do is they help create a safer environment in our schools so our kids can learn and stay safe.
All right, Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy, nice to have you with us this morning. Thank you.
Stick around because there's much more coming up on Today in 30. Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year. I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Oh, welcome back. All right. So, wouldn't it be great to know first thing in the morning? I think we hear Roker.
Clip Al's mic before something bad happens.
Yeah, because I think he's going to the bathroom.
Definitely don't want to hear that.
Of a day is in store. Do you ever like to know that?
Yeah, we don't have a crystal ball, but we do have something perhaps even better. 13-year-old Noodle the Pug and his human, Jonathan Graziano, together. They have been setting the daily tone for millions of people all around the world. Take a look. It all started with a single adorable TikTok back in August.
You are here just in time for another round of No Bones, which is a game where we find out if Noodle has bones this morning or not. All right, so we found that he does not have bones this morning.
Noodle the Pug has since become a daily harbinger of our collective battle. Do we really want to get out of bed? And millions across social media are turning to 13-year-old Noodle to find answers. Every morning, Noodle's owner, Jonathan Graziano, attempts to roust Noodle out of his slumber. If he flops down, it's a no-bones day.
So it's a no-bones morning, no-bones morning.
Time to lay low and maybe not take any risks.
So, like, if today was the day you were planning to call your sister and tell her you just hate her husband, like, today is not the day to do that.
If Noodle remains standing, it's a bones day.
Oh my gosh, oh, it's a bones day, look at that.
Time to head out into the world and tackle the day with gusto.
You know what that means, treat yourself today, get that extra guac, buy that jet ski.
There have been over 200 million TikToks alone about this wise old sage in the form of a pug.
If it's a no bones day, I just stay in bed.
One user even claiming they were talking about him at the Pentagon.
A lieutenant colonel at the Navy Pentagon legitimately just started this briefing with, I don't know if it's a bones or no bones day, so let's just get started.
Noodle the Pug might not be a matter of national security, but at least he's keeping us all entertained. Well, we are having a Bones Day because we're so excited to meet Noodle and Jonathan. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
So this is just like Noodle's thing since you've had him all these years?
Yeah, like I adopted him when he was 7.5 years old, and we just learned very quickly that in the mornings, if he is not ready to wake up or go on a walk, he's gonna do what he can to prevent that from happening.
Well, I know you hear from people when good things happen.
Yeah.
So what good fortune has your puppy brought to people?
So Noodle has brought joy to so many people online. I can't believe it. There's this No Bones video is something that I would just do as a silly little ritual for us in the morning to check in and see how he was doing. And then it took off and people started using it as a forecast for how their day was going to go. And I leaned into it. You know, we all need a little positivity right now. And,
a little extra guac.
and extra guac. Well, especially if it's from the internet. The internet's going to do something nice, like let's roll with it.
Totally.
Jonathan, but to be clear though, like a No Bones Day doesn't necessarily mean a bad day, right?
No, thank you. We really need to change the narrative on a No Bones Day. I think a Bones Day. Seriously, if you're listening. So a Bones Day is a day where you just have to go after your ambition or a task you were putting off. You know, a No Bones Day is a day where you just have permission to, wear soft clothes.
Self-care.
Yeah, self-care, take a bath.
Can we see if today's going to be a Bones Day or
Would you want to
No Bones Day?
wager on this?
Oh, I'm all about a wager.
Wait, is there anything about the television appearance that's taking Noodle out of the routine every day?
The television appearance, and there is a table full of cheese over here to my left, which you can see he is.
Noodle is looking at Lydia Bastianich right now with loving eyes.
He knows about this. Let me
we
tell
will
you.
take this answer for gospel, right?
Yeah, we have to.
We have to.
Okay,
we're ready.
All right, well, I think
I'm going No Bones.
I'm going Bones.
Okay. I'm going Bones. I think it's.
I'm going to go No Bones as well.
Okay,
I'm taking No Bones.
Let's
I think
check it out.
I want to have a No Bones Day.
We want sweatpants, person. Okay, ready?
Here we go.
Take your time.
Take your time, yeah.
Hi, Noodle.
Lay down, buddy.
Get up.
Lay down.
Bones Day.
Bones!
It's a Bones Day. It's a Bones Day. You did so.
I have to go to the gym now.
You did so. I know. Unfortunately, you have to.
It was the cheese, wasn't it? Yeah. It was the cheese.
You're pretty spectacular too, Jonathan. We should.
Jonathan, you are everything.
Really.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This dog
Thank
is
you
my
so much.
joy. And
Does
to
it
be able to
surprise
share
you what
with
has happened since last August when you put this thing up?
He's getting out.
You're
Yes.
taking
It's an extra Bones
this is
Day.
a weird temperature of our country, and you're sort of setting the agenda for society.
Yeah, which I had no intention of doing. I had no intention of that, but it's been overwhelming. It's been overwhelming. It's been a really incredible. Again, it's been so positive. I get mentions from people who say they were waiting. It was a Bones Day, so they decided to propose to their partner.
Aww.
It was they put a down payment on their house. A woman the other day said it was a Bones Day, so she bought a lotto ticket and won $500,000.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
Serious.
Bones Day every
She'll
day.
be on the show tomorrow. We got to book her.
I can't keep up with it. Like, I cannot keep up with it, and it's just so. He's the light of my life, and to get to share him with people is really, really special.
He is
there you
really.
go.
Oh, wait, now it's No
magical.
Bones. Now it's No Bones.
That was the moment.
Our rule is that all he has to do is show us the bones, and then he can do what he needs.
By the way, John, God bless you for adopting Noodles later in life, too. There's a lot of love there.
Thank you. It's one of the things about all this that's been, it's been so positive and people have been so nice about it, but I'm so keen to let people know, like, I adopted Noodle and he was 7.5 years old. And he was loved his whole life, but he needed to find a new home. And there are so many dogs out there that are in the exact same boat. And I got the jackpot.
If you ever need any dog sitting, Noodle can stay. We love Noodle.
But we have to wrap it up because it's a Bones Day.
Yes.
We can't be late to break.
Yeah.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning in our series, Dad's Got This, we are marking Down Syndrome Awareness Month by shining a light on a father who came up with a really sweet idea. He's spreading joy for his kids and others, all thanks to an old ice cream truck.
You are bad dad ever in the app.
I'm the best dad ever that you ever had?
Yep.
As a father of 10, Joe Wegner was already a busy man when he saw an ice cream truck drive by and was struck by a simple idea. He thought, I could run an ice cream truck business.
I started Special Neat Treats in April of 2021. I found a used ice cream truck in Columbus, Indiana. So we purchased the ice cream truck in January. My wife had the brilliant idea to name it Special Neat Treats, a play on word of special needs.
Joel quickly realized the ice cream truck wouldn't just be a fun job for him, it would also be a great way to give his two children, Mary Kate and Josh, both born with Down syndrome, jobs after they aged out of the school system.
When teachers and people would ask her, what do you want to do when you get older? She wanted to work with Papa.
Why was it so important for you to create this business for them?
At every stage with special needs kids, you look toward the future and what's their life going to be like in the next phase. But it also becomes more a responsibility of us as parents to say, what can we do to give them worth and to allow them to add some value to society? That's very important to us as parents of Mary Kate and Josh.
All summer long, Special Neat Treats sold ice cream, but it's not the only thing the trio served up this summer. Was there a moment where you realized this was about more than just selling ice cream?
There was a school here that was doing a special program for special needs kids, and they had contacted me and wanted me to bring treats to give out to the students there on an afternoon. And a little girl came up and she said, "Thanks for coming today. You've made my day." I didn't cure her autism. I didn't take care of the other issues in her life. But for one day, for one moment, she had a great day. And I realized when I left, this isn't about selling ice cream. We do that. But it's about giving hope. It's about interacting with people and just sharing joy.
Amen, Joel. We're all called to minister in different ways, and
absolutely,
it would seem as if you've answered your call.
In my wildest dreams, I would have never sat around and said, "An ice cream truck. That's where I'm going to spend the rest of my life."
That's how it always is, though, Joel. Like it's always the unexpected things that bring us the greatest joy.
That's the greatest joy. You're absolutely right.
But I still needed to know, how was the ice cream? And I went straight to the source for this one. What's up, guys?
Hello.
Hi. I hear you guys sell the best ice cream in America. That's what I heard.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Of course we did.
Of course you did. Well, congratulations on a great business that you've got with Dad there. What are your hopes for Mary Kate and Josh in the future?
As a parent, you have desires, and yet I don't know that either one of them will ever be totally independent, but we hope to move them in that direction, and I hope they can keep helping me sell ice cream for a long time.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, ask any of her diehard fans around the world, and they'll agree Olivia Newton-John is a living legend. So lucky for us, she was hosted by Hoda recently as she marks a big milestone.
Oh, God, loved visiting with her. This month, Olivia is celebrating the 40th anniversary of her hit song, Physical. So, I mean, crank it up! Let me hear your body talk. Okay, so I got a chance to sit down with her, and we took a look back at that song, what it meant for her career, and the passion that's a driving force in her life now. Check it out. In 1981, fresh off her star-making role in Grease, good girl Olivia Newton-John recorded a song called Physical, showing off a sexier side. It would go on to become the biggest hit of the 80s and her most successful solo recording to date. But early on, Olivia thought it might have been the beginning of the end of her career.
And I remember listening to it and think that's a really great song, and didn't really tune into what it was about. And then when I recorded it, I started to panic a little bit. I called my manager. I said, Roger, I think I've gone too far with this song. It's just too much. He said, well, it's too late, love. It's taken off everywhere. Very often the things that you're most afraid of are the things you really need to just go for it, you know. Because it was one of my most successful records, and I never would have dreamt that could have happened.
It was Olivia's idea to tame down the controversial tune with an 80s-style workout music video. You decided that you were going to make the Physical song fit to what you wanted it to feel like. You turned it into a workout video.
I went, oh, God, I got to do something to change this image. So we need to create something funny, and it needs to be about exercise.
The now iconic music video launched the song and the singer to new heights and solidified her as a sex symbol.
There is a shower scene, but I said, I can't take my clothes off. I'll just have to leave my t-shirt on, which of course made it even worse, or sexier in this day and age, I reckon. And then he came up with the ending, which I loved, and we just made it fun. I was just trying to distract from what people were thinking it was about, which it probably was.
That song that you were on the fence about, you're like, I don't know, it's too risque, physical, that's not me. And that's the one, that's the hook that people remember here in 2021.
I know, it's really amazing. I'm just so grateful that it's been now going to be used for purpose to raise money for my foundation to find kinder cures for cancer, because that's my dream, because I've lived with it since 92.
1992, wow. As all things Olivia touches these days, she's using the 40th anniversary of Physical to raise awareness for the Olivia Newton-John Foundation, dedicated to funding research of plant medicine for use in cancer. It's her life's mission to share what she's learned, as she says she's thriving, living with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, nearly 30 years after she was first diagnosed.
Right now, I'm feeling pretty good. I have my days and I have my pains and things like that. But the cannabis that my husband grows for me has been such a huge part of my healing, and helps me sleep and helps release pain. And so I'm a very lucky person.
And you know, there are a lot of people who are under much better circumstances than you who wouldn't even consider themselves lucky. But yet you do.
I consider every day a gift, you know, none of us know what our path is or how long our lives are going to be, but when you've had a diagnosis of cancer, every day is a gift.
Sitting with you is really therapy, I have to say.
Oh, you're very sweet to say that. You have to have that inner belief that you will be okay, and sometimes it's hard. I know you know this because you've been through it, but you've got to kind of work through that, and I have a lot of belief in something bigger than us, wherever that is.
During what's been a difficult 18 months for many, Olivia has found the slower pace of life healing. You yourself have changed over this pandemic.
I think it has taught me to really appreciate space, time, important relationships, compassion, trying to understand other people's point of view. And I've learned a lot of things about friendships, about what's important, about human beings. But I think good things will come out of it, and I want to believe that is what's going to happen.
That was a beautiful interview. What struck you most about it?
I think that she lives in a constant state of optimism, not blue sky and everything, but she says you can wake up and think, oh my gosh, I have cancer, how horrible is my life? Or you can think, I feel good today. Like, here's what I'm gonna do today. She's a really grateful person, and it just taught me, like,
you can see it.
Yes, if you harp on what's harming you, you'll live in that. And she says sometimes, you know, like avoiding things is actually healthy.
Yeah.
She said it makes me feel more optimistic.
Yeah, you know, did you see what Viola Davis posted on Instagram? It said, what we eat isn't just what we take in our body. It's what we read, it's what we watch on TV. It's like you just want to surround yourself with goodness, and that goodness radiates.
Yeah.
She's incredible.
And you both fill us all up with goodness.
Oh, we hope you're back with us for another great morning on Today.
Yes, you will get to see our conversation with Gwyneth Paltrow about her new project. I don't even know if we can say what it is, but she doesn't hold back. Let's just say that.
I like the dynamic between the two. It's going to be fun. Have a great day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Wednesday morning, including the legendary Olivia Newton-John. But let's kick it off with pop star. Ariana Grande is a woman of many talents, and on last night's episode of The Voice, she nailed a celeb impression that you won't forget. Check it out.
All right, guys, up on Pop Star first, we'll start with Nicole Kidman. The Oscar-winning actress has transformed into Lucille Ball in the first teaser we're getting for the upcoming biopic, Being the Ricardos. The preview shows Kidman stepping into the shoes and on the grapes of the beloved TV icon. It also gives fans a peek at Javier Bardem taking on the role of Desi Arnaz. Here is a look.
Roll sound. Let's do our show.
I get paid a fortune to do exactly what I love doing.
They got their money's worth.
Pictures up.
I work side by side with my husband, who is genuinely impressed by me. And all I have to do to keep it is kill for 36 weeks in a row.
All right, let's go.
And then do it again the next year. You know, I did this show so Desi and I could be together.
Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the show.
And action.
I had no idea it was going to be a hit.
Wow.
You see what happened there? See what you all just did? What did you say?
We didn't see
Oh, it's like, where is she?
Where
We're all like,
is she?
her voice. Nicole Kidman. That's the thing.
That's the tease.
That's the teaser. But why not show her?
Because
that was her in the moment in the grapes. But
and J.K. Simmons as
Yes.
Fred Mertz.
Is that who's playing Fred
That's
Mertz?
J.K. Simmons.
Oh, Fred Mertz?
That's right.
Aaron Sorkin, writer, director of it. But people are wondering, like,
I'm
where,
in.
they want to see her.
Brilliant. I'm in.
Being the Ricardos is set to hit theaters on December 10th and will be streaming on Amazon Prime Video later that month. Next up, Beyonce and Jay-Z. The couple's been featured in the latest campaigns for Tiffany & Company. Beyonce recently becoming only the fourth person to ever wear the jeweler's famous yellow diamond. And in a new spot for the brand, Bey and Jay recreate another iconic moment from Audrey Hepburn from the classic Breakfast at Tiffany's with a little help from Blue Ivy. Take a look.
Monty, can you pull over, please? This is so sweet. Shall we have pizza? I think we need pizza.
The Tiffany & Company short film, it's called Date Night, channeling Holly Golightly's iconic New York City backseat moments from the 1961 film. And in case you were wondering about the jewelry, Beyonce rocking a 10-carat diamond ring and a 6-carat diamond pair of earrings. Why not? Next up, Ariana Grande, our coach of The Voice, is a woman of many talents, not the least of which is her ability to nail a good impression. Every time she does it on the set, we're all on the floor laughing. Last night's episode of the show proved that she could do that even with her own advisor, Kristen Chenoweth. Watch this.
I was just watching you on TikTok a couple of days ago.
Was I doing something inappropriate?
You were going into the 7-Eleven.
Oh, I got my Slurpee.
Yes.
I love the video. I think I know it by heart. I know you do. It's like, it's National Slurpee Day.
Yes.
I'm very excited. It's my favorite day of the year. That was dead on.
It's 7-Eleven Day. It's the one day of the year that I look forward to the most besides Christmas.
I'm telling you, she nails
Who else?
Everybody.
She does?
She does everybody.
She seems really funny.
Jennifer Lawrence is incredible.
She seems like legit funny.
She's legit entertaining. Like,
Yeah.
we all just sit there and watch her impressions. Wow. It's amazing.
Coming up next on Today Talks, break out your headbands and leg warmers because it's time to get physical again with Olivia Newton-John right after the break.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Hoda caught up with legendary star Olivia Newton-John to commemorate the 40th anniversary of Physical and Olivia's new album, which happens to coincide with Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Take a look.
Hoda, you had a chance to catch up with the legendary star to commemorate that anniversary and Olivia's new album, which happens to coincide with Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And how's Olivia doing in general?
If you want to describe her in a word, it would be radiant. We had a beautiful conversation. We took a walk down memory lane. Olivia has lived an unbelievable life. She just turned 73, but she's far from being done making her mark on the world. Olivia Newton-John has dominated the airwaves and our hearts for more than 4 decades, and she's been a friend of Today for just as long. Your first interview on the Today Show was 1977 with Jane Pauley.
Really? Are you a better singer than you are an actress?
I'm sure. That's yet to be proved. You have to go and see it and tell me.
You know what I see when I look in your eyes? I see the optimism that I saw when Jane Pauley interviewed you.
Oh, you're so sweetheart.
Is that just part of what's inside?
I think it's been my blessing in life to have that in my personality, or I don't know how I would have done otherwise.
That optimism has been tested throughout her life. In 1992, Olivia was diagnosed with breast cancer, a journey I know about firsthand. A long time ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, and I was incredibly healthy. And I remember them finding a lump, and I said, "Oh, you must be mistaken." And I remembered realizing in that moment, I'm an optimist too. I didn't want to know about any of the testing. I didn't want to get into the weeds. Being naive sometimes is a blessing.
I agree with you, and I'm really sorry you went through that. I didn't know that about you. So are you well now? Are you feeling good?
Yes, I am feeling good. By the way, I'm just going to pause for a second. Oh, another wonderful thing about you is what you just did there. Thank you.
Oh, of course.
Thank you for asking.
We're sisters. You know, anyone that has gone on this journey with cancer, it's unknown destinations and surprises and turns.
Olivia's journey has many turns. After 2 more recurrences, she now calls herself a thriver as she lives with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer nearly 30 years after her first diagnosis. How do you feel?
Right now, I'm feeling pretty good. I have my days and I have my pains, but the cannabis that my husband grows for me has been such a huge part of my healing, and so I'm a very lucky person.
After Olivia shot to fame in 1978 for her role as Sandy in Grease, she embarked on a wildly successful career in films like Xanadu and music, selling more than 100 million albums. But to this day, one of her biggest hits of all time remains the famed 1980s anthem, Physical. The idea that it has been 40 years since the song Physical came out, did that freak you out?
It does. It's like amazing. How is this possible that I'm still talking about a song that I recorded 40 years ago and people still like it?
The song was a major departure from her good girl image. The lyrics raised eyebrows.
There's nothing left to talk about, blessings horizontally.
Physical was banned by many radio stations and even the entire country of South Africa.
Today, the lyrics are like a lullaby, don't you reckon? But in those days...
Oh, honey, I got some lyrics for you that are on top 40 right now.
And I remember listening to it and think, that's a really great song, and didn't really tune into what it was about. And then when I recorded it, I started to panic a little bit. And I called my manager. I said, I think I've gone too far with the song. It's just too much. He said, well, it's too late, love. It's taken off everywhere. Very often the things that you're most afraid of are the things you really need to just go for it, you know? Because it was one of my most successful records, and I never would have dreamt that could have happened.
Her solution to tone down the racy tune, the now iconic music video that caused a sensation.
So we need to create something funny, and it needs to be about exercise, because it's about exercise. They're not going to have any other thoughts.
Since then, her music and the pace of her life have slowed down. One thing that's remained constant, her passion for singing.
For me, singing is my, it's my soul. And I don't miss the touring, but I do love to sing, and I like to write songs. And so I don't know yet what I'm going to do, but at the moment I'm just enjoying being, because we are human beings.
Coming up on Hoda and Jeanette's Trends Day Wednesday, and Justin Sylvester's here with the first look at Nicole Kidman as Lucille Ball. After this.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, Ashton Kutcher calls out his wife Mila Kunis for a parenting fail. Plus, we show the results from this week's Tuesday Tuesday. Take a look.
It is Tuesday, and we like this because we're like someone who people like to tell us what to wear, like paper dolls.
Let's be honest,
What?
they need to tell us what to wear.
Yeah, we don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, this week's chooser is our friend Allie Berger. Allie's one of our producers, and everyone always looks at Allie and goes,
Look at
boy,
her.
I want to be cool like Allie. No one can be. That's life. So that's the way we do it. So anyway, she chose our look. So Allie picked for me.
These are Hoda's picks
These are
right here.
one of these
the first,
three. The
glitter
jean-
shirt with the kind of mom jeans.
Yes.
And then that cool motorcycle
Yeah,
jacket,
downtown.
leather look. And then the third is sort of color blocked.
Okay, and then here are Jenna's picks. Jenna's, she chose, oh yeah, beautiful. Like a cool, you got a couple of biker looking outfits and something in between that's cute. Okay, so are we doing these together?
Sure, let's do the drum roll. Ready?
All right, so let's reveal our outfits.
And
1,
2, 3. Ta-da!
You look good. I'm sorry, downtown Julie Brown. You look cute.
You know what I feel?
And you know what I love? The pants.
They're sweatpants.
They're cozy.
They're kind of
Can I
sweatpants.
feel-
They're sweater pants.
I love those.
So I know what I'll be doing this afternoon, laying in bed watching some television.
By the way, and I like the jacket and the bodysuit.
And okay, look at you and turn around. I like these jeans on you. This is what all the young people are wearing.
Okay, wait. We need to get Allie on FaceTime. Allie, are you available?
Hi, you ladies look so hip.
Oh, look at Allie. You know we're the opposite of hip. I cannot believe that you picked this. Now, is this what you were hoping? Are these the outfits you were hoping we would have chosen?
I honestly loved all the looks for you guys. You're so cool as it is. I just wanted to make you a little more casual.
See how
and
cool she is.
Casual.
Maybe we do need to be more casual. Why are we so formal?
You know what though, Allie, the bodysuit was a very interesting choice because it feels progressive down there. You know what I mean?
Down there?
I mean, it's a little hard to buckle. I haven't worn a bodysuit since seventh grade.
Since you were like a kid.
Okay, can I just tell you though, don't undo the buttons because then you're gonna walk outside and they're accidentally gonna fly up and everyone's gonna know you're wearing a bodysuit incorrectly.
Okay, that's good.
Well, Allie, thank you for putting a little of your fairy dust on us and
ladies look
making us.
amazing.
Thank
Enjoy.
you, Allie. Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, so I love this out. By the way, I really like you in the biker
I do too,
thing.
but can I just say that
Yeah.
I couldn't buckle the bodysuit, so it will fly up.
We'll fly.
So if it does, just
I'll
watch
let
out
you
for
know.
me.
All right.
Okay, one of our producers
Yeah.
is having a little bit of a conundrum.
Yeah, a little friendship dilemma. And I think a lot of us have been in these situations. We've been on both sides of this thing. So her friend is single, and she wants to go out and have fun and do cool things that single people do. But she is married with kids.
Go out late.
Go out late, yeah.
Do all
Party,
the fun stuff.
do fun things. And then the other friend, our producer, is not in that situation. She's got kids and wants to kind of be cozy at home and chill.
And work obligations
And work.
probably,
So-
which means she can't stay out as late.
So what's the question is what do you do? And I think we've all been in friendships where we're at different phases in
Yeah.
our friendships. I've been, single without kids for most of my life, and most of my friends have been married with kids. So
did that ever, how did that play out in friendships?
For me, it didn't really, like for my really close besties, nothing changed.
Yeah.
But only because they adjusted to mine and I adjusted to theirs. Like I wasn't going to be like, let's go out and meet guys if they didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't have done that. But I think it does change the dynamic, I think, a little bit.
Yeah.
Because when you have kids, you're all consumed with it. And then you need to carve out time for your girlfriends. You need to do things.
Yes.
But I think it's like having honest conversations and saying, look, I'm at this phase right now.
Yeah.
How about, and you look, your sister was single for a long time too without kids.
My sister was single for almost, my whole marriage.
Yeah.
And Mila's 8, so
Yeah.
and Barbara just had a
So
baby,
what
but for
did-
8 years.
What'd you do? How'd you connect?
We connected through the things that we do have in common.
Like-
So that's what I would say to this producer.
Yeah.
Is like, well, what are the things that have been the North Star to your friendship? Barbara and I both love to go for walks and exercise. So that was something that it didn't matter what life
Day or
stage we
night.
were in.
Right. You were
we would
gonna
go
do
on
that.
the long walks. We would catch up. We would talk about everything.
Everything, yeah.
And then that was our way. And then I think also, Henry, Barbara's different. A sister may be different.
Yeah.
But I do think, those lifelong humans, they know everything about you. They know your shared history. They know you when you were young.
Yeah.
Like to me, it's a priority to keep those strong.
Well, someone once told me, like, your friendships and relationships are like you're in a boat, and some people come into your boat with you for a while, and then they go back on the shore. They had their, it was like a moment. Some people stay for a long time. Some people stay for a day, and some people are in the boat till the end.
Yeah.
And you just, for the ones who are going to be there till the end in the boat with you, then I think you have to treasure them and bend a little.
Yeah.
We all have to bend.
Yes.
Like, you can't just say, well, this is how I live, so fit into my life
Like every
now.
once in a while, do go dancing if people still
just
do
pick
that.
one. Yeah, just pick one. Say, I'm going to get a babysitter. We're going to go out tonight. Or on the other hand, like if you're the friend who wants to go out and party, recognize and say, okay, she's
Let's
not
go to
digging
an early
that.
dinner.
Let's do an early dinner. Let's catch up.
Yes.
Well, maybe we'll do a little happy hour since I'd like to have a few.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Are you talking for yourself or the friend?
I was just talking.
Okay, well,
on
we
and
want
on.
y'all's advice too, because
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes you share the best advice.
I
on
get the
our
best advice. Sometimes even on our Insta page.
Right?
Like people will write something, I'm like, that was so
profound.
brilliant. All
Okay,
right.
so give us your advice. What should these friends do? Head to our social media and let us know, and we're going to fill you in tomorrow on your ideas.
So how should the friends make it work? And maybe you'll know if you don't want to continue the friendship, you might realize that maybe that friendship has already run its course. Like sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
You can't have so many people crammed in your boat. That's just the way
But
it doesn't
also,
work
that
way.
might be bigger than life stages,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's not just because you're in
Yeah.
a different life
Yes,
stage.
that's a good point.
That's a bigger thing.
All right.
All right, and if you have a dilemma and you're not sure how to handle it, we're here for you.
Yeah.
Right? So you can ask us anything. Head to our social media page and ask away.
All right, so here is an interesting thing. So Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher, obviously they're parents, and Mila Kunis has this place where she gives parenting advice.
I think
and
on
it's
Ellen,
like on,
right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Was it on Ellen? I don't know. Anyway,
Okay.
she has some page where she does it. So the question is have you ever given parenting advice and then wondered, like, what does your spouse or your partner think? Like, and how do you work that out? And what was the right thing to say?
Yeah, and sometimes it's like you've asked me something and I've told you something, and then afterwards I've been like, wait, is that even true? I mean, nobody knows what to do.
Nobody knows how to parent. So
Okay.
Mila Kunis recently admitted to this. Take a look.
So there was a little kid in my kid's preschool that wasn't very kind and pushed my daughter. My daughter came back and she was like, such and such little kiddo pushed me. And I instinctually said, did you push her back? And my daughter's like, no. And I was like, push her back next time. You push her back and you say, no, thank you, and you walk away. And I turned around and I see Ashton's face and he was like, no. But I was like, you stand up for yourself and you say, no, thank you. I was like, don't push him off.
I think there's nothing wrong with saying no, thank you.
Right. She said that she thought that was a parenting fail on her
Well,
part.
because
pushing back is like you're doing the same thing
Yeah.
you're doing. But you get it. Like every person was parented differently. So when we come in, we're
know.
like, you parent
the
that way.
that you were taught is like deep in you.
Yes.
Like we both have the cheerleader in us where somebody says, "Well, I'm nervous," and then you're like, "You don't need to be nervous.
You're good. You can do it." I mean, Haley got 3 shots from the doctor's office and was crying, and it was horrible.
Oh wait, tell your parenting plus. This is the best.
Oh, this is what I did. Okay,
yes.
So she's crying in the doctor's office. I feel terrible. I had to hold her down. It was like the worst. I can't unsee it. It was 3 of them. And so when she gets the lollipop, tear stained, I put her in the stroller. I said, and I'm pushing her. And all of a sudden, I see these guys in this Fresh Direct truck, and I go, "Hey!" And they go, look at me. I go, "She just got 3 shots, and she's 42 inches tall." And they go, "Oh, cool, yeah." And then all of a sudden, she was like, "Oh," and then she goes, "Tell that lady." So some lady was walking. I go, "Hey, excuse me." And she goes, "Yes," headphones. I go, "She just got 3 shots at the doctor's office. She's super brave, and she's 42 inches." Lady goes, "Good for you." And all of a sudden, when we got home, the tears had dried. She was home. She felt
And what
good.
was her story that she shared?
Oh, she was like, and she told people at school, "I was brave. I got 3 shots." I knew it hurt, and I knew it was scary. And she was doing the fight or flight, like she wanted to run out the door.
Yeah.
She kept screaming, "I want to get out of here. I want to get out of here," when it was happening. But I kept saying, "You did it. You did it."
The cool thing is, I think what you could have done is been like, "Oh, Haley
It
got
must have
shots.
hurt.
It
Yeah.
hurt."
Oh, yeah.
You changed the narrative.
Yeah.
You empowered her. You're awesome.
Oh my God, because I'd made so many mistakes since then, but it was good. That was the one moment.
That was really good. And by the way, I can't get over this gold sequiny shirt on a Wednesday.
What's happening?
You're looking fab,
So are
right,
you.
guys?
Thank you, Allie.
Right? Somebody said yes out there.
It's that time of week when we get our daily pop culture from our pal Justin Sylvester.
Yeah, he is so much fun. He's here from LA with the Trinity Wednesday scoop. Justin, we love you.
We love you.
I love you too. Today is full of plot twists. I'm going to change it to Plot Twist Wednesday, okay?
I like this.
Wednesday.
What about Courtney and Travis? They got everybody, they're happily married. What happened?
Engaged. For anyone who isn't already keeping up with the news, Kourtney Kardashian is engaged to her longtime friend and Blink-182 drummer Travis Barker. Yep, they took a break from making out all over the world to say yes. Now, before we go any further, it's Kourtney and Travis who got engaged, not to be confused with that other rocker, dark-haired hottie duo, Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay. They best friends, right?
They were best friends forever. Here is the plot twist. Kourtney was with Scott Disick for over 10 years. They never got engaged. They had 3 kids, had never been married, and she said it was out of the question. These two have been together for only 10 months.
Wow.
Can you believe?
So what's
happening? He popped the question. You guys, he popped the question in the most Kardashian way. It was over the top. It was drama. And the flower bill looked like a mortgage payment. Look at this thing, okay? Look at this thing.
Wow,
and look at that ring.
Jeez.
They said it's worth over $1 million. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I know who I'm calling for my next PPE loan, okay?
Wait, any word from Scott Disick about the engagement?
Nothing about Scott Disick yet, but don't forget, on the E-reunion of the Kardashians, the big wrap-up, he said he doesn't care as long as Kourtney is happy and his kids are happy, he will give his blessing, but everyone is waiting for that congratulations, but we haven't heard it yet.
Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat with Hoda and me that you can only see here on Today All Day.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year. I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
How are you?
I'm feeling good. I'm just feeling a little warm because this is a very thick bodysuit. These
But
are
how-
sweater pants.
Okay.
And I'm also
you
wearing
got a turtleneck.
It's a turtleneck.
That's a bodysuit.
It's a warm coat, but
You know what? You know what's so funny? Because
Yes.
you didn't appear. Some people appear when they're warm, like to be
Flustered.
When I was in local news, I had a real problem because I got so nervous all the time, like you. I would literally pit out in blazers. So every day before the show, 6 o'clock, it happened. It never stopped happening until menopause. So I literally took tissues every time.
Yes. And put them under the arms.
Put them under. And if I didn't have them, I was panicking. And the whole time during the show, I remembered thinking, oh my God,
Please
what's
don't let it
happening?
tissue.
Because, or don't let it, because it's like a panicky thing. Or you've ever
Yes.
been at an event or talking to somebody at a party and you're like, am I pitting out?
Yes.
One time I was giving a speech, I'll never forget it. It was something, and my sister was in the audience, and she was like this to me. And I'm not kidding. She looked at me and she was like this. I was like this.
How many times have you had to blow dry my armpits?
A lot. We have a blow dryer.
I think it actually just prepared us to work together because
Yes.
there was one time I was filling in with
Yeah, it
Chanel
was-
on the 9.
Yeah.
And
Soaking
they had
wet.
put a maxi pad under my
Yeah, that
arm.
worked.
That's a
That's
trick
another
they have
trick.
around here. And it fell out of my shirt.
no.
And Chanel was like, what is on
Horrified.
the depths? Luckily, she's lovely and kind, but I was like, that was from my armpit.
And don't forget,
it gets too slippery.
and
It can't
here's
stick.
Wait, speaking of maxis, this is a great hack. And you've tried this and it does work. So, when you've been wearing shoes all day and your feet are
Yes,
killing you,
yes.
you could die.
Yes.
So someone told me this and it works. Go to the Duane Reade, the drugstore, because you have to go to an event or you have to go out to dinner with your in-laws or whatever. Stop in, buy a small package of
maxi?
maxi pads. Take your shoe off, put it right here, put it down. It's so basic. Put it
But
on.
it's like a little pillow
It's like
for
a
your
pillow.
foot.
It work, and I'm not kidding. It does work, and it'll save you. And I've done it at whenever I have a late
do
event.
it
Oh,
always?
yeah, I still do it. Depends on what shoes I'm wearing. If I have comfy shoes on that I like, I don't.
Well, I don't know, but all I have to say
Try
is,
it.
in this type of hot, I'm not nervous that some sweat's going to pour
Yeah.
out like we normally. Like,
Right.
You and I both can't wear
Yeah,
silk
we
shirts.
can't.
A silk shirt would give me more anxiety. I just feel like my body temperature is as hot as the chicken that Lydia Bastianich cooked. I feel like a stuffed chicken.
But how do you feel this outfit? Is something you would wear
Yeah,
normally?
I like it.
Yeah, looks cute.
But
I think
I'm hot.
Allie's really.
You look
Allie's-
cool.
Allie's got kind of a good look because you know how we all get in our ruts of what
Yeah.
we wear. Not ruts, but like this is my thing. This is what I wear. These are the kind of things I wear.
Well, Allie, one of the things that I think is cool about style that I'm not sure
Yeah.
if you and I have, I think probably we do, but my sister has it, like a look. Allie has a look.
right.
And she
You know when
always
she's
sort
coming,
of
right.
falls into that category,
Right.
you know?
It's somewhere in there. Cool boots.
Yeah.
Cool jeans.
And
cool.
sometimes, I mean, I would wear this.
What is your look? If you were someone were to describe
I
your
think more
style.
structured than this.
Structured? What do you mean?
Like
Oh,
pants that are not tight, but
more fitted.
More
More
structured.
fitted.
I don't
Yeah,
know what
more
structured even.
structured.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I kind
yeah.
of think you fall in that category too.
I need to change it up, man. I've worn the same things. And and I've had the same hair since everything's the same.
Honestly,
since the 80s.
I'm happy I bought those 2 blazers because you've gotten a lot of wear out of them.
Oh, the pink one I wore the other
And the
day.
white one.
And the white one, thank you.
No, I'm happy.
All right, well, that's it. That was a great episode of Today Talks. Keep watching if you choose to for more of Today All Day. Bye-bye. Maxi pads in your shoes. An exclusive investigation everybody on social media really does need to see.
Yeah, and the top line is be careful which accounts you follow because the person on the other end may not be who they say they are. NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen went looking. You've got some tips on how we can all stay safe. Hi, Vicki.
Yes, hi, good morning. So the question is, do you know how to spot a fake social media account? These imposters are becoming more popular. Just think of it like this. Scammers are creating very authentic looking knockoff pages claiming claiming to be legit brands, influencers, or maybe even one of your friends. Once you click, the bad guys can get to your personal information, even connect with your followers. The FBI says people have lost hundreds of millions of dollars to imposter scams. This morning, we're showing you how to avoid being ripped off.
Across social media,